The era of measuring success by attendance alone is over. Getting children in the door was the first step. Ensuring they learn is the next. We need accountability and data to track progress over time. Africa is making more progress on foundational learning than realized, but the number of kids still not learning the essential basics of reading and math remains too high. Countries need to use the data they have to monitor progress, track success, and hold governments accountable for reforms that are not delivering impact. We need African data that's comparable between countries and over time. Explore the full Africa Stocktaking report today.
L'apprentissage fondamental est à la base de toute formation scolaire.
La lecture est la base de toute réussite scolaire, mais la capacité de nos enfants à lire et à pratiquer les mathématiques se détériore de manière inquiétante.
94% des enfants d'Afrique subsaharienne n'ont pas les compétences nécessaires pour contribuer à une économie moderne. Mais nous pouvons changer cela.
Est-ce que vous connaissez l'importance de la lecture?
Parents et enseignants, lisez aux enfants et écoutez-les vous lire à leur tour.
C'est ainsi que nous pourrons assurer ensemble l'avenir des enfants d'Afrique.
C'est ce dont l'Afrique a besoin aujourd'hui.
Parents, tuteurs, rejoignez la campagne de l'ADEA Lire avec une star.
Partagez avec nous une vidéo de vous partageant des histoires avec vos enfants à la maison.
Vous pouvez gagner du matériel éducatif pour soutenir l'éducation de votre enfant. Partagez vos vidéos sur votre page Facebook ou LinkedIn.
One of the core principles of teaching at the right level is learning in groups, where children are taught according to their level, not just their age or grade. This method allows every child to progress without feeling left behind.
Et par rapport à ces difficultés que nous décelons, nous regroupons ces enfants-là par rapport à leur niveau. Et nous affectons ces enfants à différents facilitateurs pour les aider à aller de l'avant dans leur apprentissage.
With group-based learning, every child is supported, every child grows. Teaching isn't just about what you teach, it's about how you teach it. Structured pedagogy provides a clear step-by-step approach to ensure every child learns effectively.
J'ai une meilleure compréhension des mathématiques grâce au rattrapage. Le rattrapage est incroyable. Nos maîtres sont formidables et patients.
Grâce au rattrapage, ma lecture s'est améliorée.
This method ensures consistency, clarity, and progress for every learner. With structured pedagogy, learning is not just effective, it's transformative.
Nabweleza Msaka for mutanda diwani nubizana kuri anabwela mabefti nakoza nawo bilana kufili mpana bana nakalina kufili kaya mwina nibweleza koma zokaigitsa zoti nibweleze neno ngati nikoza for befti wani jijewa masamu zimanivora kumaso simatabu bwino lemba wadandaula manena kuti ineyo ngati nubweza muno mundiye chimene makomba nkachipisa bwana. nali sokhala ku sukulu koma nangomva zone kuti kwamba sobwera mafoni nenu manipangitsa chidwi mafoni wacha mapita ku sukulu. Yamba kwitsa njiro tablet ndepeze kone kuti nayamba madina tablet icha yabo kuti moveka mawu ndo yamari dzina ke nalefa nayamba kudina pacha kudina kumaniphunzitsa ijo lakwa ijo koza ndafuna ija imadziwitsa ne kuti apo walakwa imapanga bum ndeni madzione kuti apapa chirango panga temera munakoza chirango chonga chirango panga bum ndeti nalakwa chirango chonga ndeti nakoza. Thandize yonene kuti itabwera befiri pezekone kuti ne unambo itaja pena pachapa itaja bwino mapezekone kuti mani patsa masamu imene jani thandize kwambiri parabuletu pambana nkhasi unidzitsa werenga.
Isaki sandedewani sadabwerezeko komanso kamadziwo werenga kamene kaja uzowerenga so zalusoso bwino chifukwa cha matabuleti iwo koma nkhapana alione kuti matabuleti palibe Isaki sadakadziwo werenga.
Neo nimakumba zaka president dziko la Malawi kuti thandize anthu anga amene amavurika. Nimakhulupirira poyonene kuti nitatinapitiriza befiri nikozo dzakhala chimene nimakhumba enewo.
Subject is mathematics because it's so easy. Like it's easy when you run into the workbook because you saw the whole things that I wrote. It helps us to add, to subtract, share, and to times. These, they are going to use 1,000, 100, 10 and ones. We should add it together. Then here, when you add 4,000 plus 2,000, you will give us 6,000. I feel good because I said that I was looking like I'll fail. But when I did correct my head.
2, 2, 1, 2.
Southern region, and the last dance is Guanyasa, and it's performed in the central region. Wonderful performances. I hope we're going to have a bit more time to watch more performances, but we don't have all the time in the world, so we have to move on with the program. Thank you so much indeed, the Malawi National Dance Troupe. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to rise so that we can sing the national anthem of the Republic of Malawi, followed by the anthem of the African Union. So, guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite us to stand for the Malawi national anthem, to be followed by the African Union national anthem. That's not the Malawi national anthem, so I'll lead us into the Malawi national anthem. Oh God, bless our land of Malawi, keep it a land of peace, put down each and every enemy, hunger, disease, envy. Join together all our hearts as one, that will be free from fear. Bless Jesus our leader, each and every one, and Mother Malawi. Let's remain standing for the So one more time, let me welcome you to the warm heart of Africa. Bienvenue au Malawi. C'est ce qu'on appelle cœur chaleureux de l'Afrique. Même si, pour être honnête, c'est pas si chaud. Aujourd'hui, il fait un tout petit trop froid, mais quand même bienvenue. C'est le cœur chaleureux de l'Afrique. Ladies and gentlemen, Madougou Bwanji. Welcome to Malawi. A very warm welcome. Before we proceed, allow me to acknowledge the distinguished guests that have joined us this morning. And may I say ahead of time that when I make this salutation, I expect the other speakers to ride on the protocols that I am going to make, because we've got quite so many dignitaries to acknowledge today. Our guest of honor, Honorable Bright Msaka, SC, Minister of Education, Science and Technology of the Republic of Malawi. From the Central African Republic, Son Excellence, Monsieur Aurélien Simplice Kongbele Zingas, Ministre de l'Éducation nationale. From Eswatini, Mr. Owen Ngumalo, Minister of Education and Training. From the Gambia, Honorable Dr. Habibatu Drame, Minister of Basic and Secondary Education. From Lesotho, Honorable Professor Antoy Rapapa, Minister of Education and Training. From Madagascar, Son Excellence Sandra Nerima Rajonarison, Ministre de l'Éducation nationale. From Niger, Son Excellence Dr. Elizabeth Sherif, Ministre de l'Éducation nationale. From Rwanda, Honorable Joseph Nsengiyumva, Minister of Education. From Seychelles, Honorable David Pierre, Minister of Education and Human Resource Development. From Sierra Leone, Honorable Conrad Omalike Sake, Minister of Basic and Senior Secondary Education. From Sudan, Honorable Dr. Tuhami El-Zain Hagar Mohammed, the Minister, Federal Ministry of Education. From Zimbabwe, Honorable Professor Torerai Moyo, Minister of Primary and Secondary Education. From Botswana, Honorable Justin Chipo Hunyepa, Assistant Minister of Child Welfare and Basic Education. From Ghana, Honorable Dr. Clement Abbas Apak, Deputy Minister of Education. From Namibia, Honorable Dino Balote, Deputy Minister of Education, Innovation, Youth, Sport, Arts, and Culture. From Tanzania, Honorable Wanu Amir, Deputy Minister of Education, Science and Technology. From Zanzibar, Honorable Khadija Salum Ali, Deputy Minister of Education and Vocational Training. And from Malawi, Dr. Kendala, Secretary for Education, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. From Kenya, Mr. John Lekakene Oltua, Principal Secretary for Basic Education. From Somalia, Mr. Hassan Mohammed Ali, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Culture, and Higher Education. From Cameroon, Dr. Daniel Oyono Adams, Secrétaire Général, Ministère de l'Éducation de Base. Merci. From Comoros, Monsieur Saïd Souley Saïd, Secrétaire Général, Ministère de l'Éducation nationale. From Senegal, Mr. Ndao Papa Malik, Secretary General of the Ministry of Education. From Chad, Monsieur Gao Jemasbe, Directeur de pré-primaire et de l'enseignement fondamental. From Ethiopia, Mr. Tefera Feisa Gobosho, Deputy General Director, Educational Assessment and Examinations Service. From Mozambique, Ms. Angela Amado, National Director of Primary Education. From the African Union, AU, Professor Madougou Saidou, Director, Department of Education, Science, Technology and Innovation. Thank you. From Hempel Foundation, Anders Holmes, CEO. Thank you. From Association for the Development of Education in Africa, ADEA, Mr. Albert Nsengiyumva, Executive Secretary. From the Human Capital Africa, Dr. Obi Ezekwesili, Founder and CEO. Thank you. From the Gates Foundation, Dr. Benjamin Piper, Director, Global Education. From Prevail Fund, Dr. Jennifer Swift Morgan. From UNICEF, Ms. Alison Parker, Deputy Regional Director, East and Southern Africa. Thank you. From the World Bank, Halil Dunda, Practice Manager, Global Engagement and Knowledge Education Global Practice. From the Luminous Fund, Hassan Ahmed Hassan, Senior Program Manager. From the Federal Foundation, Maya Zisula. From Global Partnership for Education, Joe Bone, Chief Technical Officer. From Imagine Worldwide, Rapelang Rabana, co-CEO. From MasterCard Foundation, Suraj Shah, Head, Strategic Partnerships and Thought Leadership. From the African Development Bank, we also have representation in the room. From Benin, Son Excellence Amande Kouema Nata, Ministre des Enseignements Maternels et Primaires. From the Republic of Congo, Son Excellence Jean-Luc Motu, Ministre de l'Enseignement Préscolaire, Primaire, Secondaire. From Côte d'Ivoire, Son Excellence Nguessan Kofi, Ministre de l'Éducation nationale. From Egypt, Dr. Ame Alpha, Director General of Community Education. From Equatorial Guinea, Son Excellence Dr. Vincent Nsunsu Mengwe, Vice Minister. From Guinea-Bissau, M. Mamadou Banjai, Inspecteur Général de l'Éducation. Merci. From Mauritania, Monsieur Sidi Moilid, charge de mission auprès du ministère. From Uganda, Honorable Shemtai Phyllis, Minister of State for Education and Sport. Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the whole world has converged at BICC in Lilongwe today. It is a great pleasure and a great honor to welcome all of you from more than 45 countries. We thank you so much for honoring the call to come down to Africa, Malawi, Lilongwe, the Bingu International Convention Center to be particular, to discuss the future of Africa. We've gathered here with a shared commitment, ensuring that every child across Africa has the opportunity to learn and thrives. To our guests that are visiting Malawi for the first time, may I see your hands if you are visiting Malawi for the very first time? Are you coming back to Malawi next time? Say yes, please. The minister is listening, so be kind. I'm sure you have more than one reason, 2 or even 1,000 reasons to come back to Malawi. I think we've been hospitable enough, and we are going to continue doing so until the time you have to leave for your wonderful countries. But we would be more than glad to host you again in Malawi. So we hope that during your time here, you will experience not only the importance of this gathering, but also the warmth, the hospitality, the culture, and the beauty of Malawi and its people. And talking about beauty, it's not only Malawi that boasts of beautiful people. It turns out that Rwanda also boasts of the same.
Thank you, Job, for setting the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, all protocol observed. Once again, thank you so much for being here. Now, to reiterate why we are here, I'd like to echo the words. It is pivotal why we are here today. This is a defining moment for our journey, for Africa's education journey. As we all know, Africa is home to the youngest population globally. But every single day, millions of children on our continent go to classrooms. But we have to ask ourselves a question. Do they have what they need to actually have the foundational learning skills that they need, not only to attend our classrooms, but to be able to read with understanding, that they can be able to think critically, that we are raising children and educating children who can solve problems in our communities, who can dare to use the skills that they're getting to provide solutions for Africa's problems. Ladies and gentlemen, the true measure of our progress and the work that we all do can only be seen when children are able to develop all that they need and in all areas that they need to be able to make the statement that brings us here today and the theme of our gathering this year, true. But before we proceed, I want us to have a snapshot of the 3 gatherings that we've had so far. This has been a remarkable journey. We began in Freetown with the inaugural FLEX. The gathering then proceeded to my hometown, Kigali, where we saw over 20 ministers come together and put in place what has become a movement. And I think we can all agree to that. And ladies and gentlemen, today we have over 34 ministers in this room. We have representation from across Africa, representation from the entire ecosystem that gives our children the bright futures that they deserve. I think we're going to give that another round of applause. It is a powerful demonstration of what is possible when Africa comes together and that we can indeed be able to stand behind our theme this year, which is from commitments to results, delivering foundational learning at scale. This captures the responsibility that I hope we all carry. It calls us to move beyond the ambition and the passion that we will hear from every voice that fills this room. It calls us to move towards implementation, beyond the declaration to actual delivery.
Thank you very much indeed, Isabel, for that. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to go into our first activity for the morning. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that we have gathered here to discuss a wide range of issues. We have got a program that is going to feature welcome remarks. We've got goodwill messages. We've got continental perspectives. We've got reflections from key stakeholders. We will have a panel later on with our ministers. So we look forward to the conversations ahead as we continue strengthening collaboration towards foundation learning. So allow me, Isabel, to have the honor of inviting the first person to address us this morning, and that is the Executive Secretary of the Association for the Development of Education in Africa, ADEA, Mr. Albert Nsengiyumva, to come and deliver the official welcome remarks and set the tone for FLEX2026.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for your kind message. Somebody was asking me this morning my feeling, and I told him it's a mix. It's a mix of joy. Joy to see the faces that I have seen for the last 6 years here in the room, and to see the numbers that we started with in Freetown and where we are today. So that's really one good side of this. Now the other side is also what the MCs are talking about, is a sense of responsibility, the sense of urgency, and the sense of accountability on us. There was a speech that was prepared for me that I feel I don't want to come here and read, because I feel like I have everything that is required to feel that sense of responsibility for all of us. We started in Freetown in 2023 for a reason. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who was part of the champions for this great idea. I know they are here. We see Sierra Leone as the first host country. Thank you, Minister, for continuing to support this initiative. I really appreciate that. Then we moved to Kigali, Rwanda. Thank you, Ministers, for continuing supporting this. And of course, Malawi. And there is a reason why we're here in Malawi. When we were in Kigali in 2024, Malawi pledged to host FLEX20. It was going to be 2025, But we all know what was happening in Malawi in 2025, in September. But the good thing is the continuity play. If even the minister who pledged is no longer there, there's a new minister, Bright Msaka. I want to thank you so much for receiving us, for hosting us in this event. And we all know the context we are in. So thank you so much for that. So mine is really to thank everyone who contributed for all of us to be here. And you can see the names of organizations, but there are so many people in this room that have contributed as much as they can. So let me thank you. Thank you for believing in Africa, for believing that we can actually strive, we can improve what we are doing. It's possible. And we have seen it. You were part of the sessions that took place yesterday. We are different from 2023. We are indeed different from 2024. But we know the way is still a long way. We still have so much to do. And this is why I feel that sense of responsibility to stand here and invite each and everyone to take this opportunity to contribute. FLEX is about exchanging ideas, exchanging also challenges and issues. We are not perfect. We may probably not be ever perfect. But we need to see some changes, some improvement going on in our systems so that our children can learn, our children can thrive. So thank you so much. Mine was going to be very short. I know we need less speeches. We need practice. And this is what I'm expecting from this conversation. Again, thank you, Malawi, for hosting us. It was really a pleasure to prepare this event. Minister, we met a month ago, and I was telling you this morning, this is the D-Day. So this morning is going to be a starting of a journey that will lead us to new thinking as a continent. How best can we manage our scarcities to improve and then more importantly, to give our children a better future. Thank you to everyone. Thank you.
Another round of applause for him, please. If there's a man in this room who hasn't slept for the past 3 or 4 nights, I think, that has to be him. And I promise you he's not sleeping for the next 2 or so days. Maybe from Sunday going forward, then you can catch some sleep. But for now, we have work to do. So thank you so much, ADEA, for putting together this event with all the partners that have supported in their different capacities. Thank you so very much indeed. And I did hint earlier on that we're going to have some goodwill messages. We have got our valued partners whose commitment continues to support Africa's foundational learning agenda. So we are going to hear from them now. We'll start with the Gates Foundation. Harry Menon is a president for Global Growth and Opportunity. We'll also hear from the World Bank, Ndiame Diop, Regional Vice President for Eastern and Southern Africa. And we will also hear from HCA, Dr. Obiajeli Obi Ezekwesili. So please, let's enjoy the following goodwill messages. Thank you very much indeed.
Greetings of the day. It's an honor to be part of the African Foundational Learning Exchange, FLEX2026. My name is Harry Menon, and I'm the president of the Global Growth and Opportunity Division at the Gates Foundation, which includes our work in global education. At the Gates Foundation, we operate on a deep, unwavering belief, which is that foundational learning is not just a social good, it is the bedrock of human progress and creates the conditions for economic growth and opportunity. Education drives progress in our communities and our economies. And that journey begins with acquiring foundational skills in reading and math by age 10. These aren't just classroom subjects. They are essential building blocks for a healthy, productive future. In the competition for resources, foundational learning must be recognized for what it truly is, a critical piece of economic infrastructure. Today, we face a silent crisis. The global skills deficit costs our economies an estimated $10 trillion annually, representing lost potential and deepened inequality. This crisis is entirely solvable. Investing in foundational learning offers an unparalleled opportunity for transformative growth. It's one of the highest return investments a country can make. Proven cost-effective solutions exist. In my home country of India, the government directly connected improved learning outcomes to the nation's economic future, making foundational learning a priority backed by significant domestic resources. Through the Nipun Bharat program and by partnering with organizations and technical experts such as the Language and Learning Foundation, the Central Square Foundation, and many others, India's Ministry of Education and state governments have made remarkable progress using structured pedagogy and targeted instruction. In Uttar Pradesh, India's largest state and a state as populous as Nigeria, numeracy benchmarks have tripled and literacy has doubled. Nationally, India's numeracy rates have reached their highest levels in over a decade. Here in Africa too, we are seeing massive improvements in learning outcomes when targeted investments are paired with political will. In the Western Cape in South Africa, a government-funded structured pedagogy program has driven the highest grade 3 systemic results ever recorded in the province. In Senegal, a program for struggling early grade students provides remedial instruction in national languages, which has improved reading fluency and comprehension. These examples just prove the incredible return on investment when real financial and human resources back evidence-based programs. When governments, domestic philanthropy, and civil society align, the momentum is unstoppable. Multilateral agencies and global foundations such as us are most powerful in service to that leadership, deepening it, resourcing it, and helping it last. In today's shifting fiscal reality, sustainable government implementation is the ultimate goal if we are to have impact at scale. And as a sector, it's critical we listen to what government partners are struggling with, understand the political economy, and work alongside to overcome these systemic challenges. At the Gates Foundation, we believe we can be an innovation engine to support your leadership. We partner with sector leaders and local experts to close evidence gaps, test bold new ideas, and provide practical evidence-based solutions that can accelerate progress. A powerful example of this is our support for the FLIGHT initiative. By creating new catalytic avenues for funding, FLIGHT is designed to spur collaboration, drive innovation, and put flexible resources behind government-led solutions. And the momentum is real. This initiative has already mobilized $35 million from philanthropic partners to help governments scale foundational learning across the continent. Going forward, we must invest strategically in what works and prioritize foundational learning on the political agenda that's needed to transform education into learning outcomes and into a driver of economic growth. Thank you to Malawi, ADEA, and all the partners in the room for keeping foundational learning high on the political agenda. I wish you a productive convening. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, esteemed guests, partners, and friends. Excellencies, esteemed guests, partners, and friends, greetings. It's truly a pleasure to join you, although remotely, for the 2026 Africa Foundational Learning Exchange in Malawi. I am sorry not to be with you in person, and I hope to have the opportunity to join you at a future exchange. Let me begin by expressing my appreciation to the government of Malawi for hosting this gathering and to ADEA and all our partners who made it possible. UNICEF is proud to contribute to the FLEX with a strong technical footprint, reflecting our commitment to working alongside governments and partners to improve learning outcomes for every child. By 2050, more than a third of the world's young people will live in Africa. The continent's school-age population will exceed 1 billion. Now, this is both an extraordinary opportunity, but also a profound responsibility. UNICEF is on the ground in all 54 countries in Africa, working alongside every government to strengthen education systems, improve the quality of learning data, and scale approaches proven to advance progress. Together with partners, we are also assisting with the development of a continental tracker for foundational learning to strengthen accountability, support regional and global exchange of evidence and global practice. Yet, because we all know the scale of this crisis remains significant, now is the time to put foundational learning at the heart of education reform. Start early, invest in inclusive learning, empower teachers, and use AI and EdTech responsibly as a tool to strengthen teaching, improve learning outcomes, and expand access to quality education. The discussions taking place at FLEX demonstrate that a bright future that we seek for Africa's children is within reach. The value of this exchange will be measured by how we take the evidence, the lessons, and the solutions back to our countries and focus on action on what works. As a trusted partner to governments across Africa, UNICEF will continue to work hand in hand with countries, bringing evidence, expertise, and partnerships to help turn commitments into action and results, so that every child can realize their right to quality education. Together, let's set a new standard for what is possible when technical leadership is matched by political will and sustained action. With my very best wishes, thank you.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, good morning. First, I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to the government of Malawi, ADEA, the African Union Commission, and our partners for convening FLEX2026. Although I'm unable to be with you today, my thoughts are very much with all of you. In the next 25 years, more than 620 million people will join sub-Saharan Africa's labor force. Turning this demographic shift into a dividend will depend on creating productive jobs and equipping young people to succeed in them. Jobs are the North Star of the World Bank Group's work in Africa. More and better jobs require growing firms, efficient and reliable infrastructure, and a workforce that is both healthy and skilled. The foundations for those skills are laid when children learn to read, work with numbers, and solve problems. Foundational learning is where the jobs and growth agenda begins. African leaders made foundational learning a priority at the Human Capital Summit in Dar es Salaam, and ministers pledged at FLEX2024 to end learning poverty by 2035. Over the past 15 years, governments across Africa have expanded access through measures such as the abolition of schooling fees and significant public investment. The World Bank is proud to have supported these efforts, which have brought more than 100 million additional children into basic education. The challenge now is to ensure that this expansion in access translates into learning by embedding effective approaches in national systems and taking them to scale. It is encouraging that FLEX2026 is focused precisely on this task. The World Bank brings knowledge and financing together to help countries turn evidence into better learning. Through our knowledge bank, We will help countries generate, adapt, and apply effective solutions, while our 16 billion education and skills portfolio across Africa will help government implement them at scale. In Eastern and Southern Africa, Aim for Learning is our 1.5 billion regional program to improve foundational learning and expand access for the most vulnerable. It supports regional knowledge sharing and innovation, including AI-enabled tools for teaching and learning. In Malawi, it is helping the government scale a new preparatory year that will support 160,000 children, half of them girls, with trained teachers and caregivers, age-appropriate learning spaces and materials. But our support does not end there. Through our regional Set for Jobs program, we help young people build on these foundations and acquire the skills firms need to grow and create jobs. Together, Aim for Learning and Set for Jobs support the full pathway from foundational learning to productive work. My hope is that every delegation leaves FLEX with practical lessons and clear actions to implement back home. Success will be measured by what happens next in classrooms across Africa, and the World Bank is committed to supporting you in that effort. Thank you very much.
Is within reach, and we can set the standard. We can end education poverty by 2035. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my profound pleasure to invite to the podium Professor Madougou Saidou, the Director of the African Union Department of Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation, to deliver remarks on behalf of the African Union. Let us please give him a warm, warm round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator. I think you have interpretation, because in African Union you have 6 languages. I want to give my speech in French, if you allow me. Thank you so much. Honorable Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres en charge de l'éducation, distingués invités, tout protocole observé, pour gagner du temps, bonjour, good morning, bon dia. Sur ce, c'est pour moi un privilège et un honneur de m'adresser à cette auguste assemblée au nom de son Excellence, le commissaire en charge de l'éducation, de la science, de la technologie et de l'innovation de la Commission de l'Union africaine, qui vous transmet ses chaleureuses salutations ainsi que sa profonde gratitude au gouvernement et au peuple du Malawi pour avoir accueilli avec tant de générosité la 3e édition de cette plateforme d'échange sur les apprentissages fondamentaux en Afrique, appelée FLEX. Mesdames et messieurs, le commissaire m'a chargé de vous réaffirmer son engagement indéfectible en faveur de cette importante priorité. Permettez-moi d'emblée de féliciter l'honorable ministre de l'Éducation, de la Science, de la Technologie et de l'Innovation, chair du STC, Éducation, Sciences, Technologie, et aussi l'ensemble du gouvernement de Malawi pour le leadership, et aussi l'exemplarité dont a fait preuve le Malawi pour organiser cette importante réunion. Merci au nom de l'Union africaine. Nous saluons également notre collaborateur, à savoir l'ADEA, Human Capital, la Banque mondiale, l'UNICEF, la Fondation Gates, ainsi que tous les partenaires au développement, dont le soutien constant témoigne d'un engagement commun en faveur de la transformation des systèmes éducatifs africains. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous nous réunissons aujourd'hui à un moment décisif de l'éducation en Afrique. Le débat sur l'éducation dans notre continent a profondément évolué. Pendant des décennies, nos efforts collectifs se sont à juste titre confrontés sur l'élargissement de l'accès à la scolarisation, mais aujourd'hui, l'Afrique est confrontée à un défi d'une autre nature qui rappelle une réponse différente. La question ne se pose pas désormais, c'est plutôt de savoir si les enfants sont inscrits à l'école, mais bien sûr, qu'est-ce qu'ils vont apprendre. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est pourquoi les apprentissages fondamentaux sont devenus l'une des priorités de développement les plus importantes de notre génération. Un enfant qui, à la fin du cycle primaire, n'est pas capable de lire et de comprendre un texte aura peu de chances de tirer pleinement profit de l'enseignement secondaire, de l'enseignement et de la formation professionnelle et technique, de l'enseignement supérieur, des compétences numériques, de l'entrepreneuriat, de l'innovation ou encore de l'apprentissage tout au long de la vie. Sans de solides compétences fondamentales en lecture, en écriture, en calcul et sur le plan socio-émotionnel, nos ambitions en matière d'industrialisation, de progrès scientifique, d'innovation technologique et de croissance économique inclusive resteront hors de portée. En termes, l'avenir de l'Afrique ne se jouera pas dans des salles de classe seulement, elle se joue aussi dans les premières années des apprentissages. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités, l'Union africaine a constamment fait preuve de leadership politique sur la question. Lors du sommet de cette organisation en 2024, consacré à l'éducation, nos chefs d'État et de gouvernement ont réaffirmé que l'éducation constitue le principal moteur de la transformation de l'Afrique dans le cadre de l'agenda 2063, l'Afrique que nous voulons. Cet engagement politique a été davantage consolidé par la déclaration de Nouakchott de décembre 2024 sur l'éducation qui a appelé les États membres, les partenaires techniques au développement à accélérer les réformes visant à améliorer les acquis d'apprentissage, à renforcer les systèmes éducatifs et à éliminer la pauvreté des apprentissages sur l'ensemble de notre continent. S'appuyant sur ces engagements continentaux, la Commission de l'Union africaine a lancé la campagne « Mettre fin à la pauvreté des apprentissages » sur tout le continent. Ce qui démontre que ce mouvement continental mobilisant l'action collective afin que chaque enfant africain acquiert les compétences fondamentales en lecture, en écriture et en calcul d'ici 2035. Aujourd'hui, mettre fin à la pauvreté des apprentissages pour tous en Afrique n'est plus simplement une campagne, c'est une réalité. Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités, elle est en train de devenir un véritable mouvement continental de redevabilité, réaffirmant aussi que les gouvernements doivent réunir les efforts nécessaires, mais aussi les communautés économiques régionales, les partenaires au développement, la société civile, les chercheurs et les secteurs du privé autour d'un engagement commun, celui de faire en sorte qu'aucun enfant africain ne soit laissé pour compte. Mesdames et messieurs, cette ambition est désormais solidement inscrite au cœur de la stratégie continentale de l'éducation pour l'Afrique, CESA 2026-2035. La CESA reconnaît les apprentissages fondamentaux, non pas comme un programme parmi tant d'autres, mais comme le socle sur lequel reposent les systèmes éducatifs de qualité. Elle a fait aussi de l'éducation de la petite enfance, de la maîtrise des compétences fondamentales en lecture, en écriture et en calcul, de la professionnalisation des enseignants, de la transformation des curricula, de la réforme des systèmes d'évaluation, de l'apprentissage numérique, de l'éducation inclusive, de la résilience des systèmes éducatifs, de la gouvernance, du financement et de la redevabilité des piliers interdépendants qui se renforcent mutuellement pour accélérer la transformation de l'éducation. Il est aussi important de souligner que dans le cadre de la décennie de l'Union africaine pour l'éducation et le développement des compétences 2025-2034, les apprentissages fondamentaux ont été identifiés comme l'une des priorités phares pour accélérer le développement du capital humain en Afrique. Cette décennie nous invite à dépasser les améliorations progressives pour engager une transformation systémique permettant à chaque apprenant d'acquérir les compétences indispensables au XXIe siècle et à la réalisation des ambitions de développement de l'Afrique. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers invités, le thème de cette édition, FLEX 2026, des engagements aux résultats, assurer les apprentissages fondamentaux à grande échelle, ne saurait être plus opportun. Il doit être un véritable engagement de nos États. Au cours de la dernière décennie, l'Afrique a produit un corpus impressionnant de données probantes démontrant les approches qui améliorent effectivement les résultats des apprentissages. Nous savons qu'aucune éducation de qualité, de la petite enfance au secondaire, améliore l'ensemble de la préparation de l'enfant pour les cycles suivants. Nous connaissons également que les approches pédagogiques structurées renforcent la qualité de l'enseignement en classe. Il est aussi avéré que les enseignants bien formés et bénéficiant d'un accompagnement professionnel continu obtiennent de meilleurs résultats d'apprentissage. Nous savons aussi que des matériels pédagogiques et didactiques de qualité font une réelle différence. On sait de plus que des évaluations régulières, des décisions fondées sur des données probantes améliorent la performance des systèmes éducatifs. Enfin, nous savons que l'engagement des communautés renforce la redevabilité. En résumé, le défi auquel nous sommes confrontés aujourd'hui n'est pas un déficit de connaissances, mais un déficit de mise en œuvre. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la question centrale à laquelle FLEX 2026 doit répondre n'est donc plus de savoir ce qui fonctionne, mais comment déployer à grande échelle ce qui fonctionne dans chaque région, chaque école et chaque salle de classe en Afrique. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le passage à l'échelle exige bien davantage que la réussite de projets pilotes. Il exige du courage politique, des capacités institutionnelles, des investissements nationaux, une gouvernance solide, un suivi rigoureux et une véritable redevabilité. Par-dessus de tout, il exige un leadership gouvernemental durable. Mesdames et Messieurs, C'est précisément pour cette raison que le FLEX est devenu une des plateformes les plus stratégiques de l'Afrique en matière d'éducation. Le FLEX aussi incarne un principe fondamental de l'Union africaine, à savoir les gouvernements africains doivent être les principaux artisans de la transformation de l'éducation sur le continent, tandis que les partenaires au développement alignent leurs appuis sur les priorités définies par les États eux-mêmes et renforcent les systèmes publics plutôt que de créer des mécanismes parallèles. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, à mesure que les mécanismes de financement extérieur évoluent et que l'aide publique au développement devient de plus en plus limitée, la pérennité des réformes éducatives dépendra de la capacité des pays à intégrer les apprentissages fondamentaux dans leurs plans nationaux de développement, leurs cadres de dépenses à moyen terme et leurs budgets nationaux. Il ne s'agit pas uniquement d'un défi de financement, il s'agit d'un défi de gouvernance. Il s'agit d'un défi de leadership. C'est aussi une occasion pour l'Afrique de renforcer son appropriation de sa propre transformation éducative. Distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, permettez-moi de mettre en lumière 5 stratégies qui, selon la Commission de l'Union africaine, devraient orienter nos actions collectives. La première est la nécessité de maintenir un leadership politique de haut niveau, c'est-à-dire les apprentissages fondamentaux doivent demeurer une priorité nationale de développement soutenue au plus haut niveau de l'État, au-delà des seuls ministères de l'éducation. La deuxième est la nécessité d'investir au cœur de nos systèmes éducatifs. Les données probantes démontrent de manière constante que les progrès durables des apprentissages reposent sur des enseignants compétents, des curricula pertinents, des matériels pédagogiques et didactiques de qualité, un leadership scolaire efficace et un accompagnement pédagogique connu. La troisième est la nécessité de renforcer la redevabilité grâce à de meilleurs systèmes de données et d'évaluation. Des données fiables permettent au gouvernement de mieux cibler les investissements, de suivre fidèlement la mise en œuvre des réformes et d'améliorer les résultats d'apprentissage. La quatrième est la nécessité de renforcer le financement national tout en améliorant l'efficacité des apprentissages consacrés à l'éducation. Chaque ressource disponible doit être de plus en plus orientée vers des investissements dont l'impact sur les apprentissages en classe est démontré. Et enfin, la cinquième, c'est que les partenaires doivent renforcer les systèmes gouvernementaux. L'avenir de l'éducation en Afrique repose sur des partenaires catalytiques capables de développer des capacités institutionnelles, de consolider les systèmes éducatifs nationaux, de prestation de services éducatifs et de pouvoir accompagner les gouvernements de leur mise en œuvre du système éducatif. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la Commission de l'Union africaine demeure pleinement engagée à accompagner les États membres dans la traduction des engagements continentaux en amélioration concrète, mesurable des apprentissages de nos enfants. À travers la mise en œuvre de la CESA 2026-2035, de la décennie de l'Union africaine de l'éducation et de développement de compétences 2025-2034, de la campagne Mettre fin à la pauvreté des apprentissages pour tous en Afrique, des clusters thématiques de la CESA, des plateformes d'apprentissage par les pairs telles que la conférence panafricaine sur la formation des enseignants, PACTED, de la semaine des compétences, Africa Skill Week, de la conférence panafricaine sur l'éducation des femmes et des filles, PANCOJET, de FLEX, pour ne citer que cela, nous continuons à travailler aux côtés des États membres, de nos partenaires techniques afin d'améliorer et d'accélérer le progrès vers l'élimination de la pauvreté des apprentissages. Cependant, rappelons, nous également, que notre réussite ne sera pas en définitive mesurée au nombre de déclarations adoptées, de stratégies approuvées ou de conférences organisées. Elle sera mesurée à notre capacité de faire en sorte que chaque enfant, qu'il vit dans un village rural, dans un quartier urbain défavorisé, dans une communauté touchée par les conflits, dans une région pastorale ou un État insulaire, puisse lire et comprendre avec aisance, maîtriser le calcul, résoudre les problèmes, exercer son esprit critique, participer pleinement à la vie de notre société. Excellences, mesdames et messieurs, ce genre d'enfant est la véritable mesure de notre succès en Afrique. Au cours de nos délibérations prochaines, nous nous engagerons avec tous à passer résolument du dialogue à l'action, des engagements à la mise en œuvre, des innovations isolées à une transformation systémique de nos ambitions pour notre éducation en Afrique. Mesdames et messieurs, pour finir, nous avons la responsabilité de bâtir un système éducatif qui ne laisse aucun enfant de côté, qui jette la base d'une Afrique prospère, pacifique, intégrée, telle que prévoit l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine. Je vous souhaite des délibérations fructueuses, plein succès aux travaux et des résultats meilleurs pour FLEX 2026. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Merci beaucoup, Professor Madougou Saidou. He's a professor, so you can understand. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been informed that we also have in our midst Dr. Lydia Esua, Chief Director, Ministry of Education, Ghana. Thank you so much for attending the conference. Dr. Folake Olatunji David, Director of Basic Education, Federal Ministry of Education. Dr. Sarah Ruto of Eshina Giving, and Dr. Antonio Gola, National Director of Pre-Primary and Primary Education, Angola. And correction on World Bank, we have Lily Mulatu, Practice Manager, Education and Skills. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Obi Ezekwesili from Human Capital Africa, founder and CEO, to come and wrap this up. I'm delighted that he's not a professor, she's not a professor, she's doctor. And I'm sure she'll speak like a doctor. Doc.
Please give it up for this MC. He really knows what he's doing. Well, you know, ladies and gentlemen, it's very simple for me to join my brother Albert in not just thanking the government and people of Malawi for welcoming us heartily into this city, and for the kind of work that you, Honorable Bright Msaka, and your ES, Ken Ndala, I got that right, you know, have done together with Lindiwe and your team, together with the untiring team at ADEA and all of our partners from across the world to convene us again. As Albert said, we were supposed to have this convening last year, but political exigencies made it not possible. But I am glad that we're convened, and look at our topic, because that's what's going to keep us disciplined. It's talking about from commitment to what? To result. The children don't want us to bring any commitments here again today. They just want us to be resolute in saying the evidence of what works that we now mostly know. We now need to get every one of us who's come as ministers, as directors, as partners, to actually now do those things that work at scale. That's the mission of the Foundational Learning Exchange. And so it gives me tremendous joy to know that in all our various sessions going forward, that what we're going to be really attentive to is who and what should take the action and how quickly must they do it. Because if we don't do that, we shouldn't gather for the next flex. In fact, there shouldn't be a next flex, because then we're wasting the time of the children. What the children are asking us for are the actions that will improve their learning outcomes, and that's what I'm looking forward to us being to achieve Lilongwe 2026. Thank you very much and welcome again.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Obi. You will not make a good professor, though. Thank you so much for those very, very brief remarks. And thank you for reminding us that we're not just here to have sessions, discussions, commitments. It's time to translate that into action, practicable solutions. And we have brought technical people at this conference so that soon after this meeting, when we go back to our different homes, we can start implementing those things. It's really important that as a country, as a continent, we go beyond the commitments and the talks that we make at conferences like this. So thank you so much, Doc, for reminding us that. And ladies and gentlemen, at the center of every policy, every investment, and every commitment that we make are the children whose futures we seek to help. And we have children in this room to come and do a little performance, but also to remind us why we have left all our various destinations to come to this place to discuss. So allow me, guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, to invite on stage our children who are going to make a short performance and do some spoken word. Let's make them feel welcome. Let's put our hands together. Thank you.
and our demands. 1.
We cannot build a house without strong foundation. Yet, many of us are sitting in our classrooms unable to read a single sentence or solve a simple sum. Ensure that every single child in the early grades has access to high-quality reading and numeracy materials in languages we understand. Give us teachers who can teach us at an appropriate pace and catch up remedial programs. 2.
We want to learn, but climate change is taking away our school days. When floods wash away our classrooms or extreme heat makes our minds tired, our education stops. Invest in a climate-smart, resilient schools, build classrooms that can withstand storms, provide clean water and sanitation, and to ensure if disasters strike, education doesn't wash away with it.
3.
We hear about a digital future and the power of artificial intelligence, but many of our schools do not have electricity or a single computer. The digital device is becoming a learning divide. Bring technology to the rural and underserved communities. Include us in the digital age by equipping our schools with basic connectivity and digital tools so that a child, no matter where they live, they should explore the world.
4. Education is a right, not a privilege. Yet girls, children living with disabilities, and those in extreme poverty are still the first to drop out and the last to return. Remove the hidden barriers to education. Provide inclusive infrastructure, safe transport, school meals, and targeted support so that no child is pushed out of a classroom.
Our closing challenge and promise.
You have the power, the budgets, and the policies. We have the potential, the energy, and the dreams. If you invest in our foundational learning today, we will build the thriving, resilient Africa of tomorrow. Do not just exchange ideas, exchange promises. Act for us, act with us to end learning poverty together. May I humbly request the Honorable Minister of Education, Science and Technology in Malawi, Honorable Bright Msaka, SC, to receive our calls to action on behalf of all ministers present here today.
kufika pazotsatira.
I don't know about you, but they give me chills. Can we appreciate them once more, ladies and gentlemen? And just once more, a round of applause, very well deserved. They brought us their demands, and I hope that this is a sing-along through all the rooms that we are in, words that we should live by over the next few days. Give us the foundation to grow. May those words stay with us, even beyond this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to do something unique. I know you've been seated for a while. I want you to join me in standing up and warmly welcoming and extending our gratitude to our host country, to the host minister, and by extension to the leadership of Malawi as we welcome our guest of honor. Can we rise, please, and receive him with the warmest round of applause? I have the pleasure of welcoming the Honorable Bright Msaka, SC, Minister of Education, Science and Technology of the Republic of Malawi, to deliver his keynote address. Please hold the applause.
Pray, be seated. Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, ambassadors, and representatives of various countries. The representative of the African Union Commission, and thank you for your very elaborate speech. Executive Secretary for the Association for the Development of Education in Africa, thank you, sir, for your leadership in helping us organizing this conference. Distinguished heads of international delegations, our partners in GPE and UNICEF, development partners, philanthropists, and civil society, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. The school that just performed in front of us is a government school. And we need no better evidence to show that if a school is well-resourced and well-equipped, miracles can happen. I want to confirm that because of the performance of this particular school, parents move their children from private schools to come and join this school. And their messages encapsulate why we are here. It therefore remains for me, on behalf of our President, Professor Arthur Peter Mutharika, the government, and the people of the Republic of Malawi, to welcome you all to Lilongwe, Malawi, for this third Africa Foundation Learning Exchange FLEX2026. Malawi opens its doors and its warm heart to you all. We hope that you are feeling at home. We have done our utmost to place at your disposal all the facilities for your happy enjoyment and productive stay during FLEX 2026. Please avail yourselves of these facilities to the fullest. Let me also assure you that being good negotiators, we have negotiated for good weather for you. and I hope you will enjoy the weather as well. Honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, Malawi is deeply proud to host this gathering of minds, this gathering of leaders, and this gathering of architects of Africa's future. We gather here today not merely as policymakers, but as a collective vanguard for the continent's children. At FLEX2024 in Kigali, we looked at the crisis of learning poverty. At the 2025 ADEA Triennial in Accra, we mapped out the road ahead. Today, in 2026, here in Malawi, we meet under a clear, uncompromising mandate to move from commitment to results and to deliver foundational learning at scale. As I look across this room, I see ourselves bound in a singular truth, a core belief we collectively hold without reservation and without exception, that every single African child has the fundamental right to learn. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, our generation of leaders is living in an Africa that has a decisive opportunity in education. Our continent boasts the youngest, most vibrant, and fastest growing population on earth. That is an extraordinary asset. But such potential can only be unleashed when our children can read, write, and reason. The available statistics remain a stark wake-up call. Across sub-Saharan Africa, a significant portion of our children leave the early grades of school unable to read a basic sentence or to compute simple arithmetic. This is not a failure of our children's intellect. Rather, it is an implementation gap in our education systems. Foundational learning, literacy, and numeracy are the bedrock of all future capabilities. We cannot build a 21st century workforce. We cannot integrate digital technologies, and we cannot achieve the African Union Agenda 2063 if the basic building blocks of learning are fractured at the start. We must transform our systems from rigid qualification-based pipelines into flexible, competency-driven spaces that catch children early and support them completely. I am glad to report that Malawi is not merely hosting this summit to facilitate discussion. We are here willing, able, and ready to share hard-won, evidence-based practices that demonstrate that large-scale educational reform is possible when backed by strong political will. Therefore, it is under the sterling leadership of His Excellency the President of this Republic, Professor Arthur Peter Mutharika, that we have aligned our national curriculum, teaching materials, and assessments to directly support the classroom core through targeted interventions. And some of them are as follows. 1, the National Reading Program and National Mathematics Curriculum Reform Program. We have standardized structured pedagogy, providing our teachers with sequenced guides, daily lesson plans, and high-quality instructional materials so that no classroom is left to guesswork. 2, the Building Education Foundation through Innovation and Technology BFIT initiative. We are rolling out technology-supported, individualized EdTech software across primary schools nationwide to give our youngest learners tailored, self-paced mastery over mathematics and language concepts. 3, teaching at the right level. We are piloting the teaching at the right level approach in 80 schools currently, with the hope of scaling to more schools later this year. The lessons from the pilot will help us enhance the way remediation is conducted in Malawi schools and will equip teachers with new skills in conducting remediation. 4, the P-Class initiative. We are piloting the introduction of the preparatory class for 5-year-olds with the aim to improve the school readiness of children entering lower primary education. We are intentionally shifting human and financial resources down to early childhood and early grade classrooms, stabilizing foundation before remediation is even required. These are just some of the initiatives currently being undertaken in Malawi, and we are glad to share them with the delegates here and also ready and willing to hear about your successes and challenges. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we must acknowledge that learning does not happen in a vacuum. As the young men and women, or the boys and girls that were on stage said, the environment matters. We cannot speak seriously about foundational learning while ignoring the infrastructure supporting it. Climate change is directly disrupting education by damaging infrastructure, displacing families, and compromising children's health and learning capacity. Extreme weather events such as intensifying cyclones, severe flooding, and prolonged droughts frequently cause physical destruction to school buildings or force them to be used as emergency shelters. This leads to prolonged closures and instructional loss. Even where the schools remain open, rising temperatures and climate-induced food and water insecurity lead to malnutrition, heat stress, and increased absenteeism due to climate-sensitive diseases, ultimately lowering cognitive performance and widening existing inequities in educational access and attainment. These are issues that we must not ignore if all the investments we are making in foundational learning is to bear the fruits that we aim to harvest. If we want our children to stay in school and excel, our approach must be multi-sectoral. We must build safe, dignified, and functional spaces where learning can naturally thrive. Colleagues, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, over the next few days, and I'm sure since 2 days ago, we have reviewed our progress against the 5 commitments of the FLEX Declaration for Action, I urge us to keep these 5 strict operational guidelines in focus as we continue with our meeting. And these are as follows. Government ownership must drive results. External partners must amplify our systems, not substitute them. For reforms to be sustainable, foundational learning must be anchored squarely within our domestic budgets. Evidence must dictate practice. That's number 2. We must scale what works. Structured pedagogy, sequence teacher guides, continuous tracking must all happen. And we must move away from fragmented, small-scale donor projects. 3, system-wide alignment is key. Curricula, teaching materials, training, and assessments must reinforce one another. 4, budgets must fund the core. We must look past administrative overheads and ensure that funding directly touches the classroom floor. And 5, data must inform accountability. Through frameworks like the African Foundation Learning Assessment Initiative, we must measure what we value, using data transparently to adjust policy in real time. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, the eyes of millions of young learners are on this hall in Lilongwe today. They are not asking for more declarations. They are waiting for us to return to our capitals to track, review, and execute with fidelity. Let us use FLEX2026 to cement an African-designed, African-led, and African-funded transformation. Together, let us turn the page from crisis to enduring clarity. With these remarks, it is my honor and privilege to declare FLEX 2026 officially open. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause, please. Thank you, Honorable, for the remarks.
Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. And now we're going to proceed to have a few photographs taken. You don't waste an opportunity to take a good picture. And I noticed that there are quite many of us. Do you think there's enough space for everyone in here on stage? Isabel?
You know, in my country, there's a type of image or picture that we call the Kigali style. So if you've been to Kigali for a conference, I'm sure you're familiar with the Kigali style. So what we're going to ask you to do is to all rise. And we are going to take a picture. We're going to invite the photographers to the stage, and we're going to capture everybody before we go into the protocol of calling the different dignitaries for a picture moment.
I didn't know there was a Kigali style of taking a picture. You learn every day. Is there a Lilongwe style of taking pictures? I don't think so. But we'll do the Kigali style. So photographers, please come on stage, and let's see what Kigali has to offer in Lilongwe in form of a picture.
We want to see your biggest smile. You look lovely today, by the way. So let's make the moment count. The young people today say if there was no picture taken, it did not happen. Yeah, and Flex happened, 2026. Big smiles, ladies and gentlemen.
This is a Kigali style photograph with Lilongwe photographers. It's a cross-fertilization of pictures. I'm curious to see how it's going to turn out. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I'll still invite the 4 ministers that are here, including the deputy ministers, to now come on stage and do the Lilongwe style of a photograph. I'm desperate to pin something on Lilongwe, and I mean, if this is it, then that's what it's going to be. So just a moment, you can take your seats for now. We'll just arrange for a photo to be taken. For this one, we'll just invite the 4 ministers and their deputy ministers. Shinedu, if we can just have that arranged. All right, so I'm told you just come and stand. So, Honorable Minister, you're the host. If you can show them the Lilongwe way of walking on stage to have a picture taken. You can use the stairs on that side to come forward. So, let's join him, please. Honorable Ministers, 4 ministers, the Executive Secretaries, Deputy Ministers, s'il vous plaît. Nos ministres. Les représentants de l'Union africaine, s'il vous plaît. There's a bit more space on your left, if you can spread out. So I'm sure you'll be flashing your best smiles for the Lilongwe style photograph. You are in the home heart of Africa after all. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give them a round of applause as they go and resume their seats. Thank you very much indeed. Could we have the stage set up for the panel discussion, which is coming up next, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our journey from commitments to results, we are now moving into another session where we want to reflect the progress made since the last Africa Foundational Learning Exchange. And this is a moment for us to look back at some of the commitments that we have made. And there's been a lot of talk of some of the progress that we have made since we started up to now. We want to look at that and maybe look ahead, what lies ahead as we continue strengthening foundational learning systems across our continent. So before we have the panel, we're going to have Dr. Jacqueline Jere Folotoya, Senior Foundational Expert at the Association for the Development of Education in Africa, ADEA, to just come and share an update on our collective progress since FLEX2024. And after that, my co-host Isabel is going to come and moderate the ministerial panel. Thank you so much. I'm informed that Shem Okore is the one who's going to make the presentation. He's a senior programs officer at ADEA. So let's put our hands together for Shem Okore to come and present our collective progress since FLEX 2024.
And that is the host country represented. If I can have you closest to me, the first seat. We also have Honorable Joseph Nsengiyumva, the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Rwanda, my hometown, and our previous host. Very warm welcome. And last, but definitely not least, please, with a warm round of applause, help me welcome the Minister of Basic and Senior Secondary Education from our inaugural host country in Freetown, where we had our first meeting, and the current chair of the Africa Foundational Learning Ministerial Coalition. Please help me welcome Honorable Conrad Sake for our conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, a kind reminder that we do have translation. For those that would like to have translation, we have the equipment at the back, we have the 2 booths, and we do have English on channel 1, we have French on channel 2, and Portuguese on channel 3. We'll give you just a second to be able to walk over, get the gadgets, and in case you can't, we have the protocol team. You can lift your hand and they can make sure that you are all set. Gentlemen, thank you so much for making the time to be here. I would like to start with Minister Nsengiyumva, our previous host. Rwanda hosted the 2nd edition of FLEX, and there has been continued priorities that have been set for foundational learning within its education reforms. This has been very visible. I'd like for you to set us off with the lessons that have emerged around translating policy commitments into implementation at scale.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Is it on? It's on, okay. Thank you very much for that, that question. Let me start by thanking Malawi for hosting us here. The welcome and the hospitality has been exemplary. So thank you very much. So to your question, I think we heard the demands of the children that were here this morning. I think that really says it all. They don't want to hear about additional pilots. They don't want to hear about additional commitment. They want to see action. And I think when we look back at the journey of FLEX, the most important thing that we've seen is not a singular policy or a singular program, but rather is a mindset shift that we have seen. Thank you. It's the mindset shift that we've seen across the continent. We no longer are asking how many children do we have sitting in a classroom. We are asking ourselves, what are they learning? What can they do by the fact that they've been in a classroom? I think this shift has been fundamental and has been cut-crossing in everything we do, cross-cutting, and also had been at the continental level. And so some of the things we are seeing right now is that the FLEX has provided a platform where we can exchange what works, and that has shortened the distance from the conception to actually seeing result in a classroom. I am convinced that anything we can think of trying has been tried in Africa by somebody else. Yeah. So if we use this platform correctly, we can learn and focus on scaling and producing outcome and result, rather than pilots, and more trying things. So I think this is the most fundamental benefit of this platform, and I look forward to continuing this exchange. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's not about the numbers, it's about quality. And sometimes we don't even need to reinvent the wheel. We can build on what is there. Thank you so much. I want to take another step backwards to now the inaugural representative on the panel to speak to us. In Freetown, where we had the first convening, I did say earlier that, and I want to reiterate, that a movement began, and over 200 people in this room is testament to that. I would like for you to help us look back and understand, give us a snapshot of what was the ambition behind FLEX at its inception, and what progress gives us confidence today and gives you confidence today that Africa is moving from the commitments that we talk about towards measurable results?
Good morning, all. First of all, let me start off by recognizing our host for the warm hospitality and the excellent organization of this event. So let's go back. Let's go back to the original concept. I think it was a recognition within the African continent that our kids were not learning, and some of us, as in the case of Sierra Leone, we had conducted an EGMA-EGRA baseline assessment, a national baseline assessment, which pointed to the fact that about 70% of our kids could not read and understand at age 10. We had done the previous one in 2014. And to a very large extent, I mean, it was a shocking news. And as you would expect, the government in power at the time swept it under the carpet. When we did this second one, 7 years on, we decided that we could not do this. We had to take full responsibility. And from that, we were very clear that we had to take this issue seriously. And it was also linked to the economy as well. And with like-minded African countries, we decided that it was good for the movement to start. And one of the things that I have found rather amazing, so in that first inaugural meeting, it was more, the focus was on the commitment. We have now moved from commitment, we have gone to action, and for this third meeting, we are now talking about results. Yes. Of course, the results may not be perfect in our countries, but at least the results will inform the course correct that we need to take to make sure that they are perfect. So I'm hoping that by the fifth one, we will be talking about serious results.
Yes. And indeed, we can. We heard earlier that miracles can happen. And indeed, everybody we need to make those miracles happen is in this room. I'd like to come to our host country, Dr. Ken. As the host country, Malawi has placed, and we've heard from our keynote speaker and guest of honor that the country has placed learning outcomes at the center of the conversation. How important are the following: data, assessment, but also evidence in helping countries understand where progress is being made and also where further action is required, where the gaps are?
First of all, let me, thank ADEA for indeed organizing this function, but also let me thank the guest of honor, who is Minister of Education, Science and Technology, for the speech he has made. He has actually provided more details in terms of what Malawi as a country we are implementing. Let me begin by saying that there is actually a movement, even in Malawi. When you talk about foundation learning, people, they seem to be a bit worried nowadays, just thinking about theoretical issues, but not actually bringing the issues into classroom practice. And we see that since Kigali, Rwanda, we saw that Malawi quickly picked up the issue about moving from theory to practice. And this is actually implementing issues in a classroom with regards to our early childhood education. We have actually seen a movement with regards to reviewing of a curriculum to ensure that the P class is now introduced. We have actually seen that there is a movement with regards to even the actual teaching itself, which is actually done in terms of pedagogy,
grades 1 up to grade 4, we see that there is a structured type of pedagogy which is being provided to our learners, and that actually guides them in terms of how they are going to how they do conduct their lessons in grade 1 up to grade 4. That has also helped us as a country in providing the materials, the workbooks, which they are using at the moment. We see that we are also even helping learners that are not doing well by actually introducing the teaching at the right grade, where we are providing remedial lessons in trying to help them. But above all, there is a commitment also from government. I think we actually see with the support which is government is providing, we actually see quite a lot of support coming from our donor partners, which I think for us, we really see that there is quite a movement with regards to supporting foundation learning. And I think, I believe that even hosting this, it is one way of actually showing that we are gearing up in terms of moving forward with regards to foundation learning. Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. You touched financing there, and earlier we heard from the World Bank and some of the partners that are making it possible even within the countries, but also supporting spaces like this that can help us achieve the goals that we have. I would like to actually have the next couple of questions even go across the conversation, and if somebody wants to complement, they can weigh in. Yes. But also for the sake of the technical side, if I could have whoever is not speaking maybe switch off the microphone and only have it back on when we are talking, so we can avoid the sound feedback that we have been getting. Yes, starting off with my far right, I want to know about the ambitions, Honorable. How can African countries, in your opinion, strengthen domestic financing and partnerships to ensure that the fundamental learning that we are talking about receives the investment that is required for us to be able to have sustainable impact? Because everything we are talking about here is just dreams without funding.
Okay, I think first of all, it's important that African countries take ownership of the situation. So in the case of Sierra Leone, we invest 21% of our budget on education. And that, I think, for me, is a very good starting point. But taking into consideration, we have some serious challenges at the current moment. When one looks at the sort of global situation with the dwindling of overseas assistance. We also have the challenge of actually paying off debts, and in some cases, the paying of debts, the amount of monies we use to pay debts is higher than the amount that we allocate to education. Yeah. I could speak very confidently about the Sierra Leone situation. The forecast is that we would be paying something like 29% of our expenditure on servicing debt, and our commitment to education is 21%. So you could see that there is a huge challenge. Now, that cannot continue. Yes. We have to find new and alternative sources of funding. And so we have taken the view that we need to do two things. Firstly, we need to look at our own system to look at whether there are any leakages which we need to close so that you have some efficiency gains. Because if you have efficiency gains, you can then deploy that in an area of education that will give you greater reward. But in addition to that, we have engaged in the development of innovative financing, where we are considering options like blended financing. We have looked at public-private partnerships. Yeah. We've looked at diaspora engagements. So at one point we were going for diaspora and bonds, but there are some challenges with that. But we have a structured technical team that is looking at that, and it's staffed by both staff from the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Finance. So it is not as if I'm having a bilateral with my colleague. Our technical teams are sitting down with all the relevant stakeholders, including some of those who are in this hall, the World Bank, UNICEF, all the NGOs that are operating in Sierra Leone. So we've taken a national push on this that will look at those alternative financing. But also, how do we engage the private sector operating in Sierra Leone to also make a contribution? We've explored the possibility of debt swaps, for example, which will then tackle that issue of payment of external debts, but using that money for education. And so we have a wide range of options that we are considering at the moment, with a view of complementing government's 21%.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. I think we can appreciate our panelists. The reason we are here is peer-to-peer learning. And when we hear what is working in one country, we are able to borrow a leaf and implement in other countries. I want to, first of all, take a moment and acknowledge our online audience. If you want to be part of the conversation, use the hashtag FLEX2026, and would love to hear what you have to say. I would like to come further closer to me and talk about regional collaboration. And again, panelists, you're welcome to weigh in if there's something you feel we can learn from your country. But I would like to speak to our representative from Rwanda. One of the strengths of FLEX has been the ability of countries, like I said earlier, to have open hearts and open minds to learn from each other. What do you think is the role that collaboration can play in accelerating foundational learning across Africa, but really not just talking about, if you could pinpoint a couple of things that we can lean into that you think can be helpful for the journey and the momentum that we are building?
Thank you very much, Isabel. And if I may just make a quick comment on your previous question that Honorable Sanki responded to, because I think it's key. Yeah. When we think of education, we really cannot talk about the national funding, the donor funding, the international funding. The education is owned by the government. Yes. It is something we have to deliver on. It's not an optional thing. We must do it. We don't have a choice. We must do it. And we will do it, and we do it using the national resources, and we also do it with the support of donors and other organizations. But if that support didn't exist, we will still do it. Yes. It will take us longer. It will be much harder, but we will do it. We don't have a choice. And I think we need to adjust our own attitude to that, yes. Right? So where possible, we find partners that align, and we work with them. We appreciate their support, but with or without, we will do it. It's not an option.
Yes. And I think that deserves a round of applause. Africa, we have to solve our problems, and the governments have to make this a priority, help or no help. Thank you so much, Honorable. And again, I think you have something to add. Please go ahead.
Yes, I think just to also add, in terms of government's commitment, just to agree that financing of education usually we look at basic education as key in terms of providing foundational learning. And for Malawi, we see that even in our budget, 52% of the budget actually goes to primary or basic education. And I think that actually shows a commitment that the government has ensuring that basic education or foundational learning is actually receiving a proper funding. So the key issue is prioritization. What are our priorities? So if we actually realize that foundation learning, as we are doing, is a priority, definitely we have to be able to allocate more resources to the area that we think it's a priority. But if you don't, usually then it becomes actually a challenge. But I think for us in Malawi, we also applaud the government because that's the priority. We actually see the resources actually flowing towards foundation learning. Thank you.
I think that deserves a round of applause. That's a notable, sizable bag coming to what truly matters. I recently asked my 7-year-old what he wanted to become in the future. And I based my question on what I thought was the most important job in the world. And guess what he said? He said teaching. I asked him why. He said, Mommy, I spend more time with my teacher than I spend with you. I don't know what that says about my parenting. Don't get me wrong, but he is actually right. So we need to be dedicating funding where it truly matters. We're coming towards the end of our time together. How I wish we had more time. There are definitely so many burning questions, and the 3 countries represented here have made notable progress in the space of education. But finally, as we close, I want to have each one of you give us your parting shots and answer this question. And in there, maybe leave us with a message as well as we begin this really incredibly important time together. What is the one commitment you would like to see from partners as Africa moves forward with going from commitments to actually seeing results, but also, if I can put a caveat, if I can add a little something there, what do you expect or want from the people in this room? If I could have the honorable ministers, please, each starting from my far right, please answer the question, and within a minute or two, also give us your last words.
Okay, before I do that, please permit me to answer a question that I think we missed, and that is the issue of collaboration. I sit here as the chair of the African Foundational Learning Ministerial Coalition, which is a coalition of African education ministers. The whole idea behind this is that it helps us to do knowledge sharing, it helps us to make ourselves peer accountable to each other. The fact that we're on this stage and we're talking about what we are doing in our countries, we are holding ourselves accountable.
Absolutely.
And in terms of that, there is also a significant leverage that we can pull in terms of knowledge transfers. So, for example, my colleague sitting next to me, putting him on the pressure so that we can work together from Rwanda and Sierra Leone. We can take some knowledge from their assessment methodologies, and we can transfer that to Sierra Leone, which will mean that we don't have to organically develop ours, which will take several years. We cannot afford to leave our kids out whilst we are developing programs. If someone else has done something and it's good, then we can share that. So I think that collaboration is absolutely important. Now, in terms of going back to what we want from our partners, if I look at the international financial situation at this present point in time, we've all agreed that governments must take ownership of funding foundational learning. But this is not something that you can just switch a button and it happens. So we need a little bit of transition. We need a little bit of help whilst governments are adjusting our budgets and making sure that we have more robust revenue generation to cover for that, the additions that we want to make. So for me, I think I would want something, a predictable multi-year support, which will help us to go through that transition whilst we are putting all the modalities in place to make sure that we can take full control of the funding of our educational space. Thank you.
You talk about needing space and needing some time. If you could point to one thing that can accelerate that progress. The Honorable Minister, when he was answering the question about collaboration, he talked about ownership, but he honed in on something. He talked about mindset.
Yes.
Right? How do we begin to cultivate that mindset? What is the missing thing? Where do we begin?
Well, I think, you see, the interesting thing about this, when we came together to implement FLEX, I think that was the shift in the mindset. we all made this commitment that we will increase the domestic commitment to education, period.
Okay.
And FLEX was the priority that we all decided was the smart area that we need to put our money in. Because if you get it right at the foundation, as the kids say, then you can build on that foundation. Absolutely. So the mindset has already been made. What I'm asking for is not time to, we are doing this. We have to do it.
Yes.
But we are just saying it will not just happen that we will get 100% ownership. Okay. So it's just that little bit whilst we are currently doing what we need to do and we must do, as my colleague has said.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll move on to Rwanda.
Thank you very much. I think I echo that the need to own. I would put a little bit of clarification as saying owning is 100% now, right? But it doesn't mean we fund it just us. It means we seek assistance, but owning, we own, right? We own from the get-go. But it doesn't mean only our money is going to be part of this. We will get help where help is available, right? But we have to be in the lead. We have to be accountable for it, as the kids mentioned earlier this morning. And we need to collaborate with our partners in order for us to deliver where possible. And for our partners, I think that I would encourage our partner to work with us in the delivery of our programs, because they cannot create a parallel system, right? It's a national system, it's a national objective. We are in the lead, and we work with them to support us delivering. They're not delivering, we are delivering, but with their assistance. I think the clarity will help us work together better around that. And what I would add is that in this discussion, I really think that we invite our partners, our development partners, to start thinking about even the things that are less sexier. You know, every time they talk about is teacher training, it's another training, but when you get to infrastructure, they all scatter out of the room. You know, some of them I recognize, like our partners in the World Bank, we do some infrastructure work, but in general, a lot of our other partners, they don't tend to want to discuss infrastructure. Now, there is evidence that a small classroom helps learners learn better. A small classroom means more classroom to build, right? So I think there is evidence that some of these infrastructure, be it classroom, be it labs, actually do produce learning. And so if I were to make a plea for our partners, is that let's sit together, let's use evidence, let's look at research, and let's work together to fund all those elements that actually contribute to improved learning, and not only pick a few of them and then completely cut off the rest. Because you might go into a country and you find out the place where you can smartly invest in might be in infrastructure. Everything else is there. But if you don't want to discuss infrastructure, therefore you're not contributing in that particular country. And so I really would invite for us to sit down, open mind, co-design this solution, and work together to achieve to achieve our objective, and to make sure that every kid, every African kid, is actually given the opportunity to succeed. Thank you very much.
Very well said. Thank you so much. We need to work together. We need to co-design. And everybody needed, I repeat again, is in this room. So I hope you can be counted in the rooms you're going to be in with open hearts, because the children spoke to those, and open minds. And of course, bringing it home for us, our host country, if you could give us your 2 cents.
Yeah, I think for me, since we are in a digital era, I still see that there is already a divide between the urban and the rural in terms of access to digital learning. And one thing that I would actually ask as a requirement for commitment is support in digital learning. Because, for example, here in Malawi, we do have a project, BEFIT project, which has actually proved to be very helpful in enhancing learning, where the students are actually using, for example, tablets, just to enhance their understanding. And this has actually proved with, in terms of studies that there are benefits. But the question is, how many are actually going to be able to access this? If we are looking at having 6,000 schools, right now we are reaching up to 1,000 on the schools, but we actually want to roll out to all schools because we are talking about the digital. And I believe that if we leave this behind, I'm sure our learners are also going to be behind because we are talking of digital. Wherever you go, you see people are talking about AI. But I think the issue is how far do we go? And I believe that I think one of the things that we have to commit when we are talking about foundation learning is digital learning. Let's provide digital education to our learners. And I think there shouldn't be any kind of inequities where the urban are able to access it and then the rural are not able to access it due to either electricity. So I think that's one thing that I would actually want to emphasize, that we get out of this as a commitment. Thank you.
Thank you. Equity is indeed important. Ladies and gentlemen, I please request you to appreciate our panelists so much for allowing us to learn from their well of wisdom, the experiences, the lessons we really appreciate. And I think I have a nickname for them. You know, every vision has patrons, it has godfathers, yes? And of course, the host countries, that's who you are to this dream, to the vision, to the journey. And we're going to be finding out who the fourth host will be. So we really want to appreciate you. Without the work that you began and continued, these conversations would not be possible. So thank you so much. Let's appreciate them as they go back and take their seats. We look forward to the collaboration that was requested for Rwanda to share. And the next Flex, we get to find out how that worked out. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me invite my co-hosts as we come yet again to another moment of transition. But before I leave the microphone, I'd like to say once again thank you to ADEA and to the Republic of Malawi for allowing this to actually take place. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to Isabel Masozera from Rwanda for ably steering that conversation. Thank you very much indeed. We are going to have another panel shortly. That will be a partners panel. But before that, I would like to invite Dr. Shem to come and do that presentation that we couldn't have before these discussions. However, I noticed that we have all come to this conference with different types of hunger. There are some who have come with hunger for knowledge, and there are some who have come with hunger for food. And I can see that there are competing priorities, and some are struggling to see which one they can put first and which one they can put second. Let me help you. Let us put the hunger for knowledge first, and then we will deal with the hunger for food later. So let me invite those who have granted themselves a break for refreshments to come back and resume their seats. I'm sure their hunger for food has been adequately addressed, and now it's time to get back to why we are here. So may I invite those who are standing to take their seats before I invite the next speaker, and I'm going to be firm on this. May I invite those who are standing to take their seats, and those with cups of coffee or teas in their hands to take those cups to their seats. And those with an apple in their hand to take that apple to where they're sitting so that we can start this conversation. It's unfair to have all these wonderful conversations happening up here on stage when some people are having mini meetings at the back. So for the ones managing the refreshment units, may we stop serving teas and coffees for now, because we still have a bit more conversation to have. Those who are standing, one more time, let me invite you to take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, Let me also recognize the presence of Dr. Martha Muhwezi from FAWE Africa, a critical partner in these conversations. We are on a journey from FLEX 2024. This is FLEX 2026, and there's a lot of talk that has happened, yes, but there's also a lot of action that has happened. So I would like to invite Shem Okore, Senior Programs Officer at ADEA, to come forward and just make a brief presentation on our collective decisions since FLEX 2024. Let's make him feel welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. Yes, I know I'm making this presentation and I'm standing between you and the health break, but just give me a few moments and I'll be done. So we've heard from the honorable ministers the journey from Sierra Leone to Kigali, and now we're in Lilongwe, but we just want to take you through a short journey on what have we done, because we are saying that we want to move from commitments to results. So what are the results that we are seeing based on some of the countries that we have engaged with, especially looking at the 5 action areas that were agreed on in Kigali? So if you can go to the next slide. Yes. So we have this one continental chain, but we are looking at 3 milestones that will turn into 4 milestones after Lilongwe. So we started in Freetown. We've had the journey. We have also seen an increase, really, in terms of participation, from 10 governments in Freetown, and then in Kigali, more than 30. The ADEA Triennale, we had more than 40. And now here, we have also just been told that we are going a much higher number. We had some commitments in Sierra Leone, and we had 3 of them, and those commitments around creating and financing realistic education plans, which are aligned to the continental and global frameworks, and we heard from the African Union this morning. And also looking at the equitable distribution of resources. So resources is another issue at the basic level. And really the big commitment of reducing the global share of 10-year-olds who are unable to read a simple text by 2030 to half. Now, where are we? When we moved to Kigali, we again agreed on 5 things. Collaboration, political leadership, that was the first action point, so that we can see strong leadership from government, and also ownership of the things that we are doing, and also using evidence, identifying, adapting, and scaling proven interventions, and using data evidence, especially in the area of assessment, to improve accountability, but also classroom practice, and using resources more intentionally and efficiently. We have seen some of that already coming out, enhancing, of course, the partnership and collaboration, but more importantly, coordinating our interventions as partners and aligning our interventions. And then we had the Triennale. We had 6 recommendations on foundational learning, very much aligned with the Kigali action points. So where are we? When we are now in Lilongwe, where are we? Based on the synthesis that we have done on about 25 countries, in terms of the information that we have got in what is existing out there, but also the countries themselves. We had about 10 countries sending us through what they have done. We have come to realize that, number one, there's a very strong policy. We can see it even in this room. But we need to do something with the delivery. We still need to improve on the delivery. The FLAT tool, the Foundational Learning Assessment Tracker, is really showing us that we need to do something about the delivery. So we have the average out of 4, 2.7, the rating of FLAT across African countries, with many of the countries still at the established stage or level, and few are really at the championing level. So this is something we have to work on. We see that the use of data is much more robust in improving the programs at foundational learning level. But we are yet to have some strong movement in using data to change classroom practice. We have been talking about scaling. So we really need to see how we can move that, because you can see that there has been a decline, actually, between 2024 and 2025. So we still need to do something about delivery. Moving on to the next slide, we also looked at the participation. The Honorable Minister Sake talked about the African Foundational Learning Ministerial Coalition that was created in 2022, and we have looked at the trend in terms of participation, especially at the policy level, because it is through this coalition that we can track what is going on in terms of improvements, in terms of the committing to the actions that we talked about in Kigali. And we can see that although the overall turnout is climbing, but we have a challenge in sustaining ministerial participation. And this is a call to our honorable ministers, because we said that here in Lilongwe, we should not necessarily sugarcoat. We need to really take on board. If there are challenges, we need to say them. And we still need to see more ministers really participating in the Foundational Learning Coalition meetings. We have good representation from the permanent secretaries, from the technical focal points, but we need more from the ministers, because there we see a bit of a decline. So this is something that has come out from the evidence, really. And if we want the coalition to truly be that engine that drives transformation, then we appeal that we need to have more ministerial engagement within the coalition. And who is showing up in these coalition meetings? You can see there the top 10. It's good. Malawi, the host country, has been consistent in showing up. And this is a good thing, and we really thank the minister and the PS. And of course, we have also Angola, Kenya, Cote d'Ivoire, Zambia, Sierra Leone. The minister, honorable minister, is here, always chairing. Then Rwanda, Minister Joseph is always with us. Nigeria, the Gambia, and South Africa. But we need to have more. We need to see, next time we have this top 10, the bar is full all through. And perhaps we don't even then need to talk about the top 10. We should talk about the top 25, top 30. So this is really the evidence that is coming through. Moving on. Now we look at the second commitment, which was around scaling evidence. And what do we see in terms of scaling evidence-based pedagogies? Kenya, we have Tusome, where the impact of Tusome we can see in early grade reading is clear. And this has been talked about, it has been evaluated, and we've had some of the presentations since yesterday talking also about this. Zambia, the catch-up program, big progress, some good funding that has been put in that is creating impact, positive impact on that. We have also Nigeria having formally adopted the teaching at the right level approach across 2,000 schools. And then we have some movement in Mozambique and Angola, and this is creating some good change in terms of the number of learners who are involved. Malawi, again, the host country, you have the BEFIT tablet program, which is now scaling from 500 schools, going towards all public primary schools. And this is something that is worth highlighting. Guinea-Bissau, when it comes to teachers trained, more than 3,000 teachers trained, half of them grade 1 to 4 teachers. So this is something in terms of the second commitment that we need to highlight. Again, still in that second commitment, if we look at the issue of multilingualism and trans-languaging, we see some good progress in South Africa. Close to 12,000 schools are implementing mother tongue-based bilingual education across all the 9 provinces. This is a slate of last year. Mozambique has increased learning rates from bilingual instruction to more than 15%. And Senegal's 3 local languages, Wolof, Pula, and Sere instruction under the Lecture pour tous program has seen good progress. Then we have now, in terms of school readiness, retention, and transition, we have seen Rwanda, and Honorable Minister is here, targeting deliberately the pre-primary to make sure that they prepare them for, for primary, and moving from 35% and aiming to reach 65% by 2029. I am aware, because I attended one of the sessions where the minister was saying that they are now at 50.3%, if I remember correctly. So they are on track in meeting the target of 65. Sierra Leone, 28,000 teachers plus have been trained in evidence-based pedagogy, and this is something which is worth recognizing. We also do have South Africa and Namibia who have put in some good money in terms of the Combined Education Outcomes Fund portfolio, which is really focusing on early childhood and care education. On the third commitment around data and accountability, we had yesterday the Kenya National Examination Council, the representative is here, and they gave us a good account of how they're using data. Zambia, several instruments that you're using, and that is what is creating the impact that we talked about through the catch-up program. Cote d'Ivoire, 17% of children reach sufficient maths level according to PASEC 2024. What about alignment with continental frameworks? We had the director from the African Union talking about the continental education strategy for Africa, and this is a call truly that we need to embrace our own frameworks. It does not make sense for our heads of state to go to Addis, endorse these frameworks with a lot of work that has gone into it, and we hardly refer to these continental frameworks. It is a high time when we are reporting as countries, we align with the continental framework, with the indicators therein. Because if we do that, then we are directly also contributing to SDG 4. Let us embrace our own. And it is good to see some of the countries that are already moving towards that, but we want to see more. We see Zambia and Kenya and, of course, other countries. PASEC is showing us that more than 20 countries are aligning. And, of course, through the new tool, FLEX, we do hope, when it is operationalized, that we'll have more countries coming in. But this is a real challenge. This is a real challenge, ladies and gentlemen. We need to move from CESA 2026 to 35 on paper to CESA 2026 to 2035 that is contributing to achieving Agenda 2063. Finally, the last 4 commitments. We see that in terms of financing and coordination, we talked about flight. We heard about flight this morning. This is a potentially good funding model for African countries. And it also has an accountability mechanism built in. And I think the sooner we see flight operationalized, the better for us in terms of moving towards ending learning poverty by 2035. And of course, we also have other initiatives on course. We have other evidence that is coming through from Cote d'Ivoire, from the Gambia. The Gambia reports that it has allocated 25.39% of its education budget to foundational learning. For me, this is a bold move, and this is coming from the Gambia, and it's worth applauding. Then we have South Sudan, which has selected teaching at the right level for piloting in 111 schools. We know the environment in South Sudan, so this is something which is also worth noting. Niger has allocated between 2.15% to 2.87% of the education budget for textbooks. And that is something that is worth applauding. And of course, Malawi, 50% of teachers are trained under the structured pedagogy and teaching at the right level. So these are some of the results that we wish to share with you. 3 risks we need to highlight. As I mentioned, the evidence shows that there's strong policy, but we need to do something on delivery. So this is a rallying call. That's something we need to address here. The issue of financing, it has been talked about. How do we sustain those gains that we have built through external funding? How can governments now embrace this. Minister Joseph said, we have no choice. We need support, but government must do. How do we put that into action? And how do we focus beyond policy, but into classroom practice? So what are the implications for FLEX2026 in Malawi? Number one, we need to strengthen the African Foundational Learning Ministerial Coalition accountability and sustain political ownership beyond ministerial tenures, which sometimes are very short. So we need to see how do we really sustain that. And secondly, we need to prioritize scaling evaluated pedagogies, multilingual delivery, and school readiness measures where evidence is already strongest. Third, let us close the gap between assessment, production, transmission, and classroom use through the FLEX indicators framework, the continental assessment framework, which we need to see operationalized, and also tools like AFLI. Fourth, let us protect and expand domestic financing for foundational learning as aid retrenches, using the benchmarks that have been set in workshop, benchmarks that have been also echoed in ADEA meeting at the Triennial, and all other platforms. We know them. How do we really meet those benchmarks? Number five, let us reduce fragmentation by aligning the different stakeholders, government, ADEA, HCA, GATES, all the partners around one Africa-led implementation backbone. And finally, what is the test for FLEX2026? Let us judge success less by commitments that are restated than by clearer targets, stronger reporting discipline, and a more credible path to scaled delivery. Let us continue walking the talk, ladies and gentlemen, from policy architecture to classroom delivery. The continent now has the commitments, institutions, and the tools to end learning poverty by 2035. So FLEX2026 must be the moment when political leadership, financing, and assessment systems align behind only one test: whether foundational learning reforms are implemented at scale, in every classroom, in every language, for every child. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much indeed. Another round of applause for Shem. He brings us no shame in his presentation. Very rich and well put together. Thank you so much, Shem, for that presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting closer to the end of our half day before we move on to other activities. And allow me to observe that the commitments that governments have made need to be matched by partnerships that help translate vision into implementation. If you look at the banner behind me, there are different logos of different partners who have come together to support this drive. And so there are so many others that are here that have supported, that may not be on that logo, but this just emphasizes the importance of partnerships. So we are now going to move into our partner panel discussion, which is going to explore how development partners can support countries in delivering foundational learning at scale. And who better to do that than Dr. Obi Ezekwesili, founder and CEO of Human Capital Africa. Let's welcome her.
Thank you so very much. That was quite an enlightening session with the ministers, and I do believe that listening to them, we got a sense of the definition of owning the agenda, right? You know, I didn't say right so you can look at me. I said right so you can say right. Because we could see demonstrably that we were listening to ministers who did not just come, the ministers and the ES for Malawi, they didn't just come to this for a conference, because their ministries, especially for the ones who are new on the job. Although my brother Rwanda is not new on the job, Conrad, you're not new on the job. Even before you became the minister, you were already part of, Sierra Leone, what do you call it, Freetown 2023. And then Ken, you've come and gone, or is it the minister that has come and gone many times? But in all of these, what is clear is that, indeed, that place of awareness of the problem, we scaled it with the continent at a reasonable level. Still more to go in terms of establishing political salience, but awareness of the problem. And then a sense of ownership of the problem. And taking away 3 asks that I listened to clearly from the ministers. One was this sense of, yes, we have ownership of the agenda, and we're taking ownership of it. With our partners, what we want is a co-designing of the solutions. It's a problem. We take ownership of a problem. Now, in solving it, we don't want our partners to simply say to us, these are the ideas of how you solve them. We want to co-design. I heard that. The second thing that I heard is we acknowledge that the global financial architecture is markedly different from what it used to be. Budget cuts have happened, especially as it has affected the social spendings. We are ready, through domestic mobilization, to step up. We're not asking for our partners to stay the same, but they need to understand that there's a season of transitioning. That's what I heard from the ministers. The third thing that I heard from the ministers is that coherence is important on the part of the partners. The absence of coherence means multiplicity of engagements with different of partners. And as one who was a former Minister of Education 20 years ago, it annoyed me when I received requests to meet one partner after another partner, and then I would say to them, how much time do I have getting the work done? So the whole coordination and coherence part of what they were expressing is real. And I think that finally, in terms of what I heard from them, was this sense that we must not build multiple systems over their heads. Multiple systems. An industry of pilots, an industry of evidences, and they're now saying, we have a sense of our system, we want an alignment with our system, and we also want to make sure that when we are mutually accountable, we can go far. Well, it is now time for me to roast the development partners on your behalf. So I'm going to be inviting very good friends of our continent who have been walking this journey with us. And there are 6 of them. So I have partners joining from the World Bank, the Gates Foundation, Hempel Foundation, UNICEF, Prevail Fund, and GPE. And so I'll be inviting my dear friends, Ben Piper, Director of Global Education, please. Please clap for the panelists as they come. Global Education Program at Gates. I want to invite you, Anders Ham, another good friend, CEO Hempel Foundation. Jennifer Swift-Morgan, please come, Director, Foundation Learning Prevail Fund. I want to invite Joe. Joe, where are you? I was looking at you. Yes, yes. Joe Bond. Joe Bond is Chief Technical Officer for the Global Partnership for Education, GPE. I want to invite you, Alison Parker, Regional Deputy Director for Eastern and Southern Africa, UNICEF. And I want to invite you, Adem Meskerem, Lily Mulatu. You're the lead education specialist at the World Bank, and my one-time colleague. Lily, it's good to see you. Very good. So we have all of, I think maybe 28 minutes between us, and we'll try and make the best out of it. Can you hear me here? You can hear me well? Excellent. So we have organized our conversation today along some key themes. And for each theme, we have two of our partners who will be providing us some response. And so we'll start with the theme on financing. And for this, I would be speaking with, okay, thank you so much. I would be directing my questions to Meskerem from the bank, and then also to Ade Joe from the GPE. And the simple question is that listening to the ministers, we could hear them talk about the constrained financing environment and the way that they expect that this period be managed with them in the leadership of those kinds of allocational choices that would support foundational learning. So I ask you the question, how should external funders themselves now spend differently in the light of what we have before us in order to strengthen foundational learning? And what does a responsible transition look like so that we don't end up reversing the gains? Across the countries these days, you hear some particular program that they liked and that was working has now ended because the funders have fled. So can I start with you, Meskerem, and then I'll hand to Joe. We've got 2 minutes between you. Yeah. No, you've got 4 minutes, so 2 minutes back for each of you. I saw your screen.
No, thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of the World Bank. I have grown since you've known me, so I'm now the practice manager for East and Central
oh my God.
Africa.
Congratulations, Lily.
So, thank you very much. Very quickly, I actually felt like the ministers had seen some of my talking points because the points I wanted to make were the ones that were made. First, we need to actually build on what the government has indicated are their priorities and not come with our own. And when it comes to financing, we have to use all of the data, all of the digital tools we have available to us to make sure that we're responding.
Can you hear me well?
Am I going super fast as well? Yeah, I'm okay? All right. So let's use all of the data that we have, the evidence that we have gathered, and let's use national priorities as a way to guide our financing. A second and perhaps more important point that I'd like to make is that we need to move our financing to be on budget and to be accountable to the government systems instead of trying to do things on parallel, as you have already highlighted. And I want to talk about transitions, maybe make 2 points on in terms of the transitions. The first is that we have to acknowledge that education is not only a government priority, but it is a macro-critical sector. And this is important for the financiers, that when you talk about macro stability, we have to start talking about education as being a critical part of that. And having countries that are spending anything from 6% of their budget on education to 25% of their budget on education means that we have to have a very differential approach to how we support. Countries that are spending 25%, we cannot ask to bring more money to the table. And there we are asking more for efficient spending and to find ways to make our funding catalytic and not ask for more money. On the other hand, when you have a country that is spending 6.4% on education, there is incredible room to improve, and I think we could collectively hold each other accountable for making sure that that kind of funding is made available. We have to make sure that we keep equity front and center. It's not just putting large amounts of money, but moving money into those areas where it is the most needed. And we have to plan for shocks explicitly. It's not just climate, it is conflict, it is pandemics, it is shocks to the economic products that are important for the countries, and make sure that we plan accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Come on, audience, let's acknowledge the words of Lily. And over to you, Joe.
Thank you very much. You're not roasting yet, so maybe I will a little bit. Listen, we've all heard today government leadership. We've heard about mindset shifts. We know about evidence of what works, innovation, better use of data, all of these things. And I was really struck by something, my friend from the Minister of Rwanda. If anything that has been tried in Africa, it's been tried by somebody else. I mean, really, let that sit for a second. That is not sustainable. And so when partners pull in different directions, that effort gets diluted because of all those different meetings you're having to have. So I think this alignment is a real issue, and it has to be deliberate. It's not enough to say, hey, we support government plans. The real test is, as you've just said, are we working behind government leadership, or behind government priorities, and strengthening, not bypassing, government systems? So one of the things we've done is put in place partnership compacts. And I'm going to borrow from Jen here. It's not a GPE compact. It's not a mini plan. It's a partnership. It's where a government says, hey, we're serious about foundational learning, and there's something like 34 countries just in sub-Saharan Africa who have said, we're serious about leading foundational learning, and this is how we want partners to support in different ways, with implementation support, technical assistance, evidence advocacy, co-financing. And we see partners coming together behind government leadership in countries like Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire, Rwanda, Malawi, you know, where you're setting that direction, and partners are finding, I hope, practical ways to accompany you, to co-design with you on that shared reform agenda. Because the North Star is simple. Financing and support should follow government reform ambition, not create parallel systems that are difficult to sustain. And that means we also need to pay attention to how financing is channeled. Fragmented aid through multiple project systems, reporting lines, it really creates high transaction costs for governments, and it can actually weaken national planning and budgets. And let's also be honest, with traditional aid in decline, we are potentially at the sign where we might see new fragmentation, where some of the mistakes that traditional donors made in the past might just get repeated. But I'm also seeing real great opportunity. And I'm seeing coalitions of the willing really wanting to work behind that government leadership in a more flexible way. So we really do encourage, where possible, greater alignment with public financial management systems, including through aligned or pooled funding where appropriate. Now, it has to be context specific. It will get balanced with things like fiduciary risk, but the direction of travel is important because we are moving towards a post-aid world. So support that we give now, that's the transition point, should really help strengthen the systems. Now, I have lots of practical examples. I won't go through those, but you will have seen some of them actually up on the screen. Malawi partners have formed coalitions in order to work behind government leadership. I think a really powerful example I want to just give a shout out to is the Roger Federer Foundation, which is in the room over here, because they've just announced 37 million pledge, which will unlock additional financing through GP's multiplier grants and support for children in Lesotho, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And that announcement is about working with and behind government leaderships and unlocking additional financing, using our financing to do that. All of that, my last point, I know, this is the spirit of the GPE Multiply Possibility campaign. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't mention this. It's about using partnership to really help turn the tide behind your leadership. The campaign is building towards a high-level event during the UN General Assembly in September, and I really hope that you will all lend your voices to making sure that we can continue to work in partnership with you and behind you.
Thank you. And, you know, you laid the stage well for us to move to scaling. And the whole idea of the scaling is that if only a few children are affected positively by anything we do in the ministries, it's a waste of time. It's got to be multiple children, because there are millions of them that are currently being failed by the school system. And so I'm turning on this matter of evidence of what works in foundational learning reforms, and saying to you, Ben, that as you've been with us all through the journeys of FLEX, what are your reflections? Because you are known for always talking about scaling. But what are your reflections of where we've been, where we are right now?
Thank you so much, Dr. Obi, and congratulations to Malawi on hosting such a successful conference. I guess the point I would make actually brings me to another setting where several of these same ministers were sitting together in a European country. And it was a foundational learning event. And it was the day after yet another rich country announced that they were reducing their aid package substantially. And so imagine being a minister in that room, talking about foundational learning, talking about scaling the task of improving learning outcomes, as Minister Conrad and Minister Joseph said a moment ago, and you just heard that one of your key partners is dramatically reducing the funding. And I remember one minister said 3 sentences. Listen to these. Sentence number 1, you have abandoned us. Sentence number 2, but we will persist. Sentence number 3, because these are our children, not yours. And I remember where I was sitting in the room, Dr. Obi. I remember the faces of the other ministers as that minister said those 3 sentences about these being their children and about us deciding to persist. And we're now more than a year since that's happened. And I want to say that at least for foundational learning, as Albert has said, we actually have more countries here than the last FLEX. So despite the changes in the ODA environment, the issue of foundational learning remains a priority for these governments, which is a real encouragement to me. And it's really been inspiration for myself, for Hempel Foundation, for Prevail, for Federer Foundation, for Echidna, because we've said we've heard the leadership of these governments who are deciding to scale, and we're recognizing that that means something different for us as philanthropies. We can never fill the gaps of scaling that these larger funders sat. But we can come alongside of those governments who are deciding to make, as Minister Joseph said, the difficult choice on the internal financing decisions to prioritize these issues, prioritizing the books, prioritizing the training for foundational learning. And led by these 5 philanthropies, but really also by Albert and Dr. Obi, we've been working on something to try and respond to the changing world, which is flight. And you've heard a little bit about flight. I hope there's a video that can be shown in a second. But the idea of flight is to respond to that demand from governments. You've abandoned us, but we will persist because these are our children. And so being able to provide these partners and these countries with the expertise on the continent to be able to do that. And I think the executive director for flight is in the room. Maybe you can just wave. And as we're actually quite proud as partners led by ADEA and HCA. This is Dr. Joan, who will be leading flight. And maybe, Dr. Obi, if there's space, we can show the quick video that they've been working on that shows kind of how we're responding to this issue of scale and being able to support, in our small way, the countries who are prioritizing government-led transformation on foundational learning.
What I'll do is we'll keep the video. As soon as we're taking flight from this stage, we would play it. I want to go to you, Alison. From the UNICEF perspective, What would you say are the things preventing proven solutions, like the structured pedagogy, teaching at the right level, from actually making it to as many of the African classrooms as we would desire?
Thank you very much, and again, thanks for Malawi for hosting this. From the UNICEF perspective, I think there are 3 areas that we look at in terms of the barriers and how we are adapting that, but we see countries already engaging around that. The first is looking at that initial multilingual approach to learning. We've had several conversations where we realize that early learners are more comfortable in their mother tongue. And how do we build that as an initiative and transition that into structured pedagogy within the classroom? We realize because of that gap, when kids get to primary 1, they are not yet able to read and write at age-appropriate rate. So we have seen for UNICEF that in many of the countries that we have worked with, they are now building the multilingual approach, and this is one of the pillars of the Kigali meeting, and how we build multilingual approaches so that especially in rural areas where children are most left behind, they can come on board and they can learn and engage and be able to deliver at the school level. The second key area is really with the teachers. And we have had several conversations on the centrality of teachers as the levers of information and knowledge in the classroom. There's been several conversations about the classroom transaction. So we may build the systems, we may have the financial investment, but the classroom transaction is fundamental. And today we realize that the educational landscape is evolving seismically. It's very dynamic. We are bringing digital transformation, we are bringing AI. But how do we look at the levers of information and knowledge? And our teachers are struggling with that today. So for UNICEF, strengthening teaching institutions and making sure that learning for teachers is not a one-off event, but we have had experiences where we're looking at coaching of teachers, peer-to-peer mentoring, and making sure that school leadership also has that oversight role in making sure that teachers can be supported to deliver at the scale that children can really absorb and learn. The final piece is looking at children in terms of differentiated learning abilities. And for UNICEF, looking at children with disabilities is an important one. These are the areas that we really need to pivot because the usual standardized approach to learning doesn't work with them. Our methodologies of assessment for children with varying abilities and children who are in regular school doesn't correlate. So how do we differentiate children with varying abilities and making sure we can leverage their capacities? They don't have learning deficiencies, they're learning at a different way. And how do we bring those in? So for UNICEF, these are really 3 fundamental areas that we see could move the needle forward.
Yes, thank you. Whoever started that clapping, you're brilliant. You know, UNICEF, nobody thinks of you as not needing to exist. When they think of the UN and even the haters of UN, really look at UNICEF and they say, what it, right? And one of the reasons, in my own case, would be things like innovations like FLAT, you know, being able to design those kinds of things that help ministers. So ministers, if you do want to learn a little bit more about the reports that they do annually on foundational learning, pick up the report. The last report on FLAT was really quite substantial. Well done, Alison, and thank you. I want to move on now to catalytic finance and flight. And I'll be speaking to Anders as well as Jennifer on this. And so the question is, when governments are in the driving seat, as we obviously saw in the conversations amongst the ministers, what does catalytic finance then actually mean in practice? With initiatives like the one that you are all part of, the community of funders that came together to support on the flight initiative. It is built around government-led transformation what should catalytic finance be aiming to achieve with flight? Because flight is not a pot of money, right? But it is an important piece in getting reform to work. So let me start with you, Anders.
Okay, but I will start with one sentence, and that is that you can never, as a funder, be catalytic if you don't work within government priorities. You can never don't work within government priorities. And the reason for that is that nobody can meet the demands of the children we saw this morning at scale than governments. And we heard some strong government commitments also this morning. Governments across the continent are taking responsible for that. So our job as partners is to help turn that commitments not into action, but into results. And my previous job was working as the head of the Secretary of the Minister of Finance in Denmark. And I think I have participated maybe in 100 meetings with him and organizations. And how many times do you think that meeting started with, how are your priorities and how can we support them? None. So I have made a commitment to myself, whenever I'm meeting a minister, a government official, I'll never pitch an idea. I always start by asking, what are your priorities and how can we support them? And I think that is the main key in order to be catalytic. That is to understand the priorities of governments and working with initiatives where we as partners can help accelerate government's priorities. And we can do that by taking risk for governments. We can do that by help creating evidence, especially implementation. We can do that by helping mobilizing further funding and so on.
Thank you. Thank you, Anders. Jennifer, you've got your thoughts very clear on this catalytic thing, because you're constantly pushing for, government systems.
Yeah, thank you. Does that not work? Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, thanks. Piggybacking on what you're saying, Anders, in terms of catalytic being about amplifying government systems and not substituting for the systems that we've been hearing. First of all, I just want to thank you. It's an honor to be up here. Prevail, we're kind of the new kid up here. We're very young, very new, and we're still learning and still adapting. And in fact, as I speak before government, we'd like to earnestly ask for feedback for how your experiences with our funding has been, how we can do things differently altogether. So to answer the question, I think I'll start just by very briefly explaining our model and talking about what catalyzing government systems actually can look like from our perspective. So one is that amplifying government systems is actually core to how we fund and how we grow our support. Typically, we start by identifying programs that have early signs of cost effectiveness. And that's measured by kids actually getting better reading and math skills at reasonable cost. And then we expect this to be integrated into government if it's not yet already. And then as evidence of impact and of system delivery growth, our funding can grow along with it. One of the best examples of this is right here in Malawi. 3 years ago, we saw signs that there was an early math initiative, and it was showing promise. So together with FCDO, we helped the government expand that and evaluate it. The results showed that this new math reform is now one of the most cost-effective numeracy reforms on the continent. On the continent. And that, coupled with the fact that government made this math reform a priority, is what encouraged us to come alongside and help the government take it to national scale. And in fact, today, as we sit here right now, there are national trainers across the country who are preparing to train all standard 1 and 2 teachers nationwide this month. Amplification, therefore, means that an organization that we might fund supports the government initiatives. It supports government actors. It doesn't bring in new actors. And in fact, we have declined funding when we haven't yet seen that integration with government, when we haven't yet seen that pathway. And then when we see it, when we see the government actually asking for this, That's what encourages us to say, no, this is going somewhere, this is going to get to scale. And then we are starting to do things a little bit more differently too. Again, we're learning and adapting. Flight is one of these things for us. What does it look like to actually respond directly to government demand? And to co-design, as we said, with government directly, and then help government get excellent execution for government systems to actually be doing that delivery. I know we talk about implementing partners. It's the government who is the implementer at scale. So how does that execution happen really in an excellent way? And then finally, in terms of catalytic and concerns about we don't want to duplicate efforts, we'd actually like to flip that maybe on its head. We do want to duplicate in the sense that we want to duplicate to add to scale and duplicate and increase impact together. And that means crowding in on what works. Because the resources are scarce now, it means that every dollar counts even more. And partners are here, but government is not only the implementer at scale, it's the payer at scale. And so if they've decided to increase their domestic resources, we all have to make sure that every single dollar that you manage to get from your Minister of Finance, every teacher that dollar pays for, every book, every motorbike, has a direct line to a kid doing better math and better reading. And if we can all come together around that, think of those kids this morning. I don't know who else had tears in their eyes. The mandate that we all have that I've heard from the kids is that, hey, if you're going to send me to school, make sure I come out knowing how to read and knowing how to do math. And if we can all come together under those two things, that's going to be very, very catalytic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Thank you. I have noticed that the ones who are not cackling are mostly the ones who are about to sleep. This is not a... Our children don't need us sleeping. They need us alert. So please, I beg of you, stay alert. And let's have this really interesting conversation. So far, so good? From my panel? So far, so good? Very good. Please, let's clap for them. Thank you for that conversation on catalytic, meaning what ignites an existing condition, right? So the fact that or triggers an existing condition to actually amplify. And frankly speaking, between what you and Anders were saying, Jennifer, we're putting our pulse on the fact of what the ministers were already talking about, which is that the things we have prioritized that are working, we don't want them to collapse simply because there is a rollback. And so working together, we can transition those things to even more cost effectiveness because they work well. And I know that for this next thematic area of our focus on data and measurement, that's where the house of being catalytic really lies. You can't be catalytic without data. You can't be catalytic without information on whether it's in fact really working as well as any other possibility. So I want to ask the question to you, Alison and Meskerem. Partners find a lot of partners fund a great number of data and measurements, trackers, assessments, and dashboards. But it is often the case that they use it internally more than they are available for the partners to use in informing decisions. And that's where what the Minister for Rwanda said about co-design comes in. Co-design, co-ownership of important data. So what are we doing to make the data that will support a minister and be usable by a minister to actually be available to them? And to do it in the kind of way that aligns behind shared objectives. So shall I start with you, Alison?
Thank you very much. I think this is the thread of the conversation that we've had over the last couple of days. the centrality of data and evidence to inform not just policy making, but more importantly, implementation, assessment, evaluation, and to transition that to learning outcomes. So for UNICEF, we see data and accountability tracking as really a key lever to improve learning outcomes by building on efforts that governments are already making. And Madam Chair, you've already articulated the issues that we work in terms of the FLAT. And thanks to partnership with Hempel Foundation in making that happen, the Foundational Learning Action Tracker really supports systematic monitoring of government actions. And today it's across 120 countries, 52 of which are in Africa. So actually we can look at the standards across the board, see where learning is happening, what's happening in the classroom. And the indicators are very interesting.
Yes.
They're looking at 5 critical pillars. You're looking at reach, ensuring that there's continuity in learning, even in times of crisis, be it climate shocks, be it humanitarian crisis, be it conflict, to ensure continued learning. And this was one of the asks from the children this morning, that their learning is not washed away when there is a flood, but that we can continue to do that. So trackers, our FLAT actually emphasizes the need to look at that. The second is our pedagogy, which we have spoken to, the learning. How do we measure what happens with the teachers? And I cannot emphasize more how important that is going to be going forward. We do realize that in government investments, we see that though there's a huge investment in education, if we break that down, the investment is going to remuneration and salaries, but not necessarily to that critical investment as to what happens in the classroom. So the FLAT really provides an opportunity for governments to see and understand, and as much as we are increasing our investments in education, where is the gap and why are we not having the results that we are looking for? And this helps us to adapt, pivot, and make sure that even within the limited financial space in which we find ourselves, we can make the critical investment in those areas that make a difference. The final area I really want to emphasize is it is not a parallel tool. It is actually built into national systems. And this is an important one. One of the challenges we've had in the past is the fragmentation and the multi-layer investment we make in the same areas. At the end of the day, we are not able to correlate the data that we have to make those critical, informative decisions that we need to make or the investments we need to have. And so FLAT provides a cohesive system of measurement across the board. It brings national systems together and makes sure that we can translate it. And you rightly mentioned, it's not just inward-facing, it's also outward-facing. It's now open for everybody to see what happens. And what is the final point that is really key around that is the circular approach to FLAT. It actually brings information from the classroom to the policy level and also ensures that we translate it from the policy level back to the classroom. When we don't have that dichotomy, it is a challenge.
FLAT enough. You've sold it enough. Thank you, Alison. You know, usually what the ministers would say, data, whose data, right? Which is why we're simply saying that in terms of data and measurement and all of these tools, that it has to be that they are co-owned and usable by the ministers, so that they are using it is an indication that we're not parallel tracking things, but that we actually have shared system, looking for shared objective that will give us the shared outcome. And that's why I want to go to Mescaram. Mescaram, you know, we are not, my former institution was not particularly great at being able to align with other donors on data. And now, for foundational learning, we have no choice but to make sure that we are consolidated in the way that data is being used for the national systems. Not our system, it's the national systems. So please give us some insight on the amazing changes that you've brought to this agenda.
Sure. Let me start by saying that we actually have a very strong access to data policy at the World Bank. So all of the repositories of information and data that we've collected over decades on each of the countries are openly available on all of our platforms. And that's something that was not the case maybe 10, 15 years ago. But for the last 10 years, the World Bank data have been available to researchers, to local policymakers, but that is not enough, and that is where I agree with you. So in our country's system support to individual government operations, we are seeing a much more concerted effort towards collecting and making usable the data. It's not enough to have it in a database, but we are increasingly supporting the creation of dashboards and the creation of data systems that are easily usable by our policymakers. Most recently, though, the World Bank has now shifted very much into, the World Bank is moving towards creating a knowledge part of the institution. So the World Bank group together has now consolidated all of the knowledge curation into the global teams, and those global teams, and especially those that are representing education and skills, are collecting information, making it usable, and even aligning it behind globally discussed, globally curated solution areas that are going to be made available to the countries. That said, I think we have a long way to go before we are actually using government systems and government requests as the most important federating idea. And I'm really look forward to working with countries so that we make sure that whatever it is that we have available, and we have perhaps more information and more data, not only on the macro side, but also on the education side, than almost any other institution. We want to make sure that that information is made available in a format and in real time so that it can be used for policy making. It is a very critical part of our ask. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Karam. I don't know how we, in the world, we thought that 6 panelists would do with 30 minutes. But that's the story of this panel. And I have to say that you folks have been brilliant in the way that you've answered the questions. I just want to try to consolidate the next set of questions. It's a question on local system and coordination. And Jennifer, you were just going to get an opportunity to just practically tell us what you've seen in a place like Malawi, in the demonstration of that. And while you're at it, I would ask Anders to follow suit with a 1-minute add-on to that, the question on local systems and coordination. And then I would immediately ask you, Joe, to answer the question on partner architecture and alignment, because that's really what GPE is all about. So let's not miss that opportunity quickly. Yes, start with you.
Okay, thank you. Terrific. Yeah, local systems and how even if funders are funding non-state actors, what does it mean to do that without duplicating national systems and in fact amplifying the work that they do? As I was saying, we're adapting. It's a new landscape now than a year ago. And one of the things that we're starting to test out is starting with government demand. So part of that's going to be through flight. We're terrifically excited to see where that goes. But also, again, this idea of starting with governments who have a clear, cohesive reading and math reform plans. Not just to say we support learning generally, that's generally a priority, but what specifically are the initiatives and the components of what you're trying to do to improve reading or improve math? And when governments have that clear vision, and they're determined to apply the science of learning and deliver really great implementation. So again, both that co-design, but then once something is based on the science of teaching and learning, how excellent execution happens day in and day out. When we see signs of government really dedicated to that and have a clarity of their own vision, nobody's told them to have it, they have their own plan, then that allows us so much more easily to come in and say, how can we help, right? Because then we're aligned. And then once we together are starting to try things out, you all are executing, And we all have confidence that this initiative that you're leading is getting cost-effective impact. Once we all see that evidence, then again, we can continue to crowd in and provide more resources to get you all through that transition to be able to be then delivering more autonomously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joe, quickly. No, Anders, quickly to you.
Okay, if I'll just have to do it very shortly, then I think the best coordination that can happen is between the funders. And I think one of the things that I'm actually most proud about is that we 5 funders have come together, set all our differences aside, pulled our funding into a new initiative that is government-led, it's African-led, it's really, really, from government perspective, demand-driven. So I think what we will do even more in the future is do exactly that, also do the coordination from our side. That'd be much
Make
easier.
it an example, basically, so that it can be replicated in other aspects of development partnership. Joe.
I know we're short of time, so I'll be quick. I think when it comes to alignment, it's useful to think about it perhaps in terms of technical alignment from partners and financial alignment from partners. And there are multiple ways in which this can be done. I think the technical alignment is very clear. Government knows what the obstacles are in terms of delivery, and this is about delivery. And I think partners then at country level need to make sure that they are helping unblock those delivery blockages and not do duplicate initiatives. So there's a technical alignment responsibility on partners. But there's also a financial alignment responsibility, and I think flight is a really good example of that. And there are multiple examples of that, not just with foundations, but with the World Bank. We co-finance with the World Bank and many other banks. We see private sector engaging in different ways behind government. So there are many examples across the continent of where financing is being aligned in order to support government systems. Now, last thing, obviously the gold star, and many governments talk to me about this, is can we finance more directly or through pooled funds? Now, we have capacity grants that are set up to support government if that is what they want to do with those.
Lovely. So, my lightning moment with you. In the next 24 months, what's your commitment? One sentence. A true commitment doesn't go beyond a sentence.
Day and night, we will be thinking of and listening to and responding to government demand and ideas for foundational learning when I wake up, when I go to bed.
Wonderful. He's given us a gold standard. Don't reduce it. Anders.
One sentence. I will do the same as Ben. And
you are so smart.
And we have funded FLEX from the beginning in Sierra Leone, and we have seen how it has grown to become this platform for action in foundational learning. So we will continue also supporting FLEX in the future.
Excellent. Thank you, Anders. Jennifer?
In addition to Ben's piece, we commit to ramping up our efforts over the next 2 years towards our overall goal of serving more than 27 million kids, getting 27.5 million kids reading and doing math better. And that means doing it at a faster rate than our first 3 years, where we've helped get 4 million kids doing math and reading better. And the only way we can do that is in service to government and with partnership. Thank you.
I permit your 2 minutes. Over to you, Joe.
My goodness, try to be quick. Over the 2026 to 2030 period, depending on replenishment, we will be offering additional financing as a results-based financing mechanisms to eligible countries who collect, use, and report foundational learning data in a way that is comparable and sustainable over time.
Brilliant, thank you. And over to you, Alison.
On behalf of UNICEF, we commit to remain on the ground in every country and continue to provide technical expertise, especially in the area of monitoring foundational learning indicators.
Excellent. And you, Ms. Karam, what's the World Bank going to do in the next 24 months?
In the next 24 months, the World Bank will support governments so that we can reach the ultimate goal in 2034 of 72 million children not only enrolled, but also learning.
It's a good time to clap properly because these commitments must be realized. I now would call on the Minister of Niger, the Minister of Education for Niger. You're supposed to give us a quick impression. Yes. Thank you very much, my panelists. Do we have the minister? Oh, we're ready for the video. Let's see the video while we find the minister to give us.
Good morning. My name is Joan Osalviawe, Executive Director of FLEX. Across Africa, visionary governments are leading the charge to transform foundational learning and unlock the full potential of the next generation by ensuring they are equipped with skills and jobs that drive growth and national development. Turning these bold, systemic ambitions into national realities requires deliberate strategy, sustained momentum, and the right strategic alignment. That is why FLEX was launched. FLEX partners with forward-thinking governments, connecting them with peer-to-peer African expertise and catalytic funding to accelerate systemic reforms and scale excellent learning outcomes that we unleash Africa's next economic chapter and make national development priorities a reality. 5 core principles differentiate FLEX from other initiatives. FLEX is government-led. FLEX is driven by African expertise. FLEX funding is catalytic. We are focused on measurable outcomes, and we are fast and flexible. Our vision is very clear, working together to accelerate foundational learning and improve learning outcomes for every child across Africa. We invite you to join the transformation.
We've heard from the development partners, and I believe that one thing is clear. From Freetown to Lilongwe, we're not staying the same. And I think that ultimately, what we do and report in the next country that we find ourselves will determine whether indeed we held ourselves true to the commitments toward results. And I look forward to us sharing results when next we bring the ministers and the development partners together. I thank you very much.
Can we give Dr. Obi just one more round of applause? Thank you so much for lending us your time, your expertise, and for that really insightful panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our time together this morning, but only the beginning of what's promising to be very exciting conversations. Now, before we formally say bon appetit, would like to call back our host minister to give us just words for us to just go off, ponder on, reflect on. If you were to leave us with one sentence, one line, one call to action, what would those words be? And I think that that is fitting for the closing of the opening ceremony of FLEX2026. Can we show him some love and appreciate him? We really appreciate your patience and your time with us, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Madam, for the opportunity to say a few words. Especially, thank you very much, my very good friend, Dr. Obiageli Ezekwesili, for moderating this very powerful panel. You are the force behind the success of foundational learning, and I appreciate every one of your visits to Malawi I look forward to your coming back. When I declared this meeting officially open in the morning, I didn't realize that I had unleashed so much energy, so much experience, so much knowledge in the room. I am personally overwhelmed by what I am hearing from the various panelists. I am looking forward to another powerful afternoon. I know that the Master of Ceremony, the gentleman Master of Ceremony from Malawi, talked about two types of hunger. One, gastronomic, the other one, intellectual. And I think this is a good time for us to go for the gastronomic hunger. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much indeed, Honorable Guest of Honor. And talking about gastronomic hunger, my God, isn't there a lot of it? And we're going to proceed to lunch shortly. But before that, allow me to just make a few quick announcements. We are inviting you to use your presence in Lilongwe as an opportunity to network. There's also some pavilions that have been set outside. There are some exhibition spaces in the blue roof area. When you exit to your right, please take a moment to go there and connect with partners and colleagues. Lunch is going to be served at the foyer where we've been having our lunch. So we are invited to go there for lunch. There will be people standing on the exits to issue coupons. But in case some find their way there without getting a coupon, there will also be someone waiting there. If you're not having lunch, you can get the coupon and give it to me, and then I will make sure that I pack it nicely and send it to your hotel room. So please, I'll be right here. And for ministers, there are hungry and curious journalists outside. I'm sure they would want to get a word or two from you. So on your way out, I'm sure the protocol team will guide you accordingly for a couple of media interviews. Please be advised that the next set of parallel sessions, that's sessions 1E to 4E, are going to start at 2 o'clock across the various rooms, which you will find in your agenda. So please consult your agenda for where the next meeting is going to be. So from lunch, we're going to proceed directly to the breakout sessions. We also remind ministers and invited participants of the closed ministerial roundtable discussion that is taking place at 2 o'clock in conference room 5, and that is across at the main auditorium. Up there, there's a hunger room and inquiry room. Those rooms are going to be joined for that conversation. So please, your personal assistants are going to guide you accordingly. And now we are going to exit this room. I will invite our guest of honor to lead all other ministers and the rest of us out to visit the exhibition booths together with the protocol team. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been such a pleasure to host this conference. My name is Joab Frank Chakaza, and I was joined by the beautiful Isabel Masozera. Please give her a huge round of applause. Thank you so very much. May I invite our guest of honor to lead us out, and enjoy your lunch and bon appetit. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. If we can clear the way for the Honorable Minister as he is leaving. So please note that they are going to start repartitioning the rooms for the breakout sessions. So unless you want to hang around, you can grab your coupon and proceed to lunch. Otherwise, they are going to start partitioning the rooms for the afternoon sessions shortly. Thank you. If you are still holding on to the translation gadgets, would you please return them to the desk? If you're still holding on to the translating equipment, please return those units to the desk where you got them from. Dr. Obi, is your panel still around? The partners panel, do we have your panelists still around? Those who, yeah, maybe you want to take a picture. Yes, the partners panel with Dr. Obi. Yes, yes. You can get back on stage for a picture. Yes, please. Yes. The partners panel. Yes, please. Would you like to come on stage? Dr. Obi and your panel, if you can come on stage, I'm sure you would. Yeah, sure. All right. Stand here. Yeah.
You are such a pro.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Doc. Thank you so much. Thank you.